tell me true. Is the sky cloudy or blue? Are your feet cold? Must be snow. Are they hot? Then sun's aglow. You don't meow just for fun. You predict rain or sun. No app or pro can match your grace. You're the forecast with the furry face. If your back is damp today, I'll grab my coat and be on the way. If you're dry and warm, I'm set. You're my fuzzy weather vet. No Doppler radar, no TV fuss. Just whiskers, paws, and lots of trust. Forget the news, I don't need that. I got a psychic purring cat. No umbrella, I'll take a bet. You're never wrong, my favorite pet. Who needs a pro in a weather blouse when there's a pussycat in the house? Don't meow just for fun. You predict rain or sun. No app or pro can match your grace. You're the forecast with the furry face. If your back is damp today, I'll grab my coat and be on my way. If you're dry and warm, I'm set. You're my fuzzy weather vet. No Doppler radar, no TV fuss. Just whiskers, paws, and lots of trust. Forget the news, I don't need that. I got a psychic purring cat. No umbrella, I'll take a bet. You're never wrong, my favorite pet. Who needs a pro in a weather blouse when there's a pussycat in the house? Doppler raising cat in the house.
You know, when I start
Good
singing
morning, good
that,
evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be.
it's gonna be like, my weather cat, do 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 do. My husband's gonna be like, what is wrong with you? There'll be like so many things.
Well, one of the
Psychic
things
weather
that's
cat.
wrong with you is that you don't understand techniques like the other side does. Karen Reed only needed to be within 300 feet of John O'Keefe's home at 1 Meadows Avenue to connect to his Wi-Fi. For anyone who struggles visualizing distances, 300 feet is the same as an American NFL football field. The timeline continues to clarify and strengthen the Commonwealth's case.
Which timeline?
Well,
which timeline are they talking
Baker,
about here?
And
Baker, are
technically,
they
an American
factoring
football
in-
field is 120 feet because there's two end zones that's 10 feet
Okay,
deep.
but Baker, on their point, if they believe the Commonwealth, Karen was carrying her phone next to her body, which could have interfered with the gravitational Wi-Fi connection, and it was snowing.
Slight clarification. The end zones are 10 yards, not 10 feet. So it's an extra 60 feet on top of it.
Well,
Slight clarification.
as I put in, lol, you aunties are so dumb. 300 feet is in a clear line with no obstruction and the absolute max range. A Wi-Fi router indoors will reach 50 to 60 feet. Furthermore, do you know what really fucks the range? Weather. So if you'll stick to the blizzard lie, it's impossible. And they came back saying 300 feet or 50 feet, it doesn't matter. Well, it kind of matters a lot.
It kind of does.
And then he said the blizzard lie. Okay. Well, what blizzard? We were proven yesterday there was no blizzard.
Not till like 6 a.m.
Unless
or
you're a
something.
cat. Then the blizzard started that night. Won't someone think of the cats?
Someone think of the kitties.
Here's
But
the
nope.
main problem with the Commonwealth. I have now almost 120 pages of notes because they've been so disjointed. In order for me to find anything about my notes, I have to go through every single piece of paper. So
Yeah.
by the time the Commonwealth writes a little bow on this, it's going to be closing statements, and you are going to have someone, they're not allowed to take notes during closing statements because it's not evidence. So you're going to have to go through every single page of your note. I'm guessing they aren't given highlighters. I'm guessing they're not given, Post-it notes to be able to delineate when a next day starts or even when the next witness comes. I mean, they are going to be flipping through hundreds of pages of notes trying to figure out and remember stuff. And the way they brought in the witnesses is so confusing to logic.
Well, this is Canton. Don't logic. There's no logic here. Stop it.
I know.
It is on purpose. And we had a big discussion because I have one golden rule, which is closing arguments should be banned from every court case in America because it's not a popularity contest. Who can sell our case the best? And Marissa and Jamie said, no, we need more than an hour of closing. No, you should be told, hey, you can fucking prove it in court or you can get out. A case should not be fixed in post. If Brennan needs an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours to talk about his case, he didn't prove it. If the defense wants to only go 2 days with witnesses and then say, well, we only got an hour of closing, which we knew to begin with, they didn't prove their case or did disprove the Commonwealth's case. And I think this is the problem that we are building to because no one can follow Brennan. That's why the defense needs to take their time this time and put it on as they were actually counter running the case and say, none of this, we spent 10 weeks listening to nothing and out of order because he doesn't want you to follow the timeline. This is the timeline. This is the amount of snow. This is what happened. And this is the evidence that prove John O'Keefe was never hit by a car. We are 11 days in. John O'Keefe still hasn't been hit by a car.
Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, we made fun of Lolly, but at least there was a logic. There was a flow to everyone he called. Now, it was, repetitive, stupid. I think that you lose a lot when you have all those witnesses kind of saying, yeah, I was there, I saw him, we were playing, da da da. But it made sense. The way he's doing it now, we've got, confused meteorologist next to guy who did a welfare check.
Yeah, but that's on purpose because they don't have a case. And then it's up to the defense. And I think they might need to not play along as much as they do and just accept it and just say, do something to say it's out of order. And Connie Marie, I have read the same things, but the big problem is we are also in an echo chamber. We have been covering this for 2 years now. I don't listen to Doink, which I should do because Doink is the smartest person in the universe. So I will believe what Nurse Kim says. But I also, because I like to torture myself, read Sue from NBC, and she has the totally opposite observation. The jury don't care for anything the defense say, and they love Brennan. So we don't know because the people who watch the jury watch them with the echo chamber eyes we are in. We have our biases, and we can see how stupid all of this is. We can see how the timeline doesn't add up, but we have been doing it for 2 years.
We know what the timeline's supposed to be or was last year. It's a little different, right? We've got the advantage of understanding this case already. These jurors, they're getting it for the first time, and the way it's being presented is so just asinine. It's all over the place. There's no linear path for the jury to follow.
In fact, I might work on a video about that tonight. Just go through all the witnesses we've had and explain that in my notes. I mean, I've got a cop and then I've got, a civilian, then I've got this person.
Yeah, and Lally, no matter what we say about Lally, he built it like a normal case last year. He put all the same food groups together. The EMTs, the police officers, the civilians, the experts. This is how you normally build a case. He just took way too long because that guy really wanted to know how much snow there was at the scene.
He was really interested in the amount of snow.
Yeah, and how, if it was a high top or a low top they were standing at. And Bitterrow had a good point. We talked a lot about this last year. I can remember we were talking about why did they only search the front yard for like 40 minutes? That made no sense.
That was kind of weird.
And why did they only go through that little area? Yeah, I know that, Kirk. But again, Jess Mercado is very, very pro Karen Reed. So is she seeing the good side? Because if she sees at one point, does she also see at another point, or do she only remember? And this is what I'm saying. We have our biases as well. We find Brennan highly unlikely or unlikable and unlikely with his storytelling. But does someone who hasn't, I just saw someone put up on Twitter, they are watching it with two people who didn't watch the first trial. One of them doesn't understand what's going on because they can't figure out where the hell this is going. And the other one thinks it's a big problem that the snow covered the tail light. Karen Reed must be guilty. And I can see if you don't, as I said yesterday, it's 3-card Monty. If you don't have the knowledge we have, and we have way too much knowledge, no juror have the knowledge we have.
And they can't. Like they can't. It's not like they're not paying attention or anything, right? The jurors are intentionally not supposed to know squat about this case yet.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Morning, Kathleen.
I saw a lot of people are asking why was Brennan plowing the driveway, and maybe they used the Jeep to move the body. That Jeep, I will bet most super chat that that Jeep was never at Fairview 34. It just appeared out of the blue in the middle of a trial because it's in no testimony, none. I can't tell you. Exactly. They are just sitting there, and that's why he's doing the roundabout trial. I'm going out this way, I'm going out that way, I'm going out this way. No one knows.
Even he doesn't seem to know, or his witnesses, because we've had several cases of the next witness not being lined up. Like, where is our witness? Who knows? I don't know what witness.
Well, it's clearly intentional, right? He's obviously doing this on purpose. He's trying to sprinkle in crap from everywhere, so it's difficult, if not impossible, to put it all together.
And I've said the same. Those clips are not good for her, and the defense will have to come up with something to combat it. M-Spire, thank you for contributing to Valhalla's channel.
Thank you, M-Spire.
And you would think her lawyers would have had something in those interviews if they knew there was going to be another trial where those interviews wouldn't go out until all of the court proceedings were done.
Well, that was the mistake there, right? They assumed that the first trial was going to be it. They filmed that interview and with the expectation that it would be after the trial, and then hung jury, and now we're doing it again. And interview gets released, and now she's got all these stupid statements out there that apparently you can just play statements from a defendant. It seems very
I do weird. Wonder about that, because I know that Binger tried to get some. I think Kyle Rittenhouse had done an interview or something somewhere, but he hadn't talked to police, and they weren't allowed to get those in.
It seems prejudicial, but I guess she made the statement, so what do I know?
Yeah. And she talked. What's the first thing they tell you when you're arrested?
Shut up.
Everything can and be
the right to
remain
silent and will be used against you. And she said it. Yeah. They can clip it in any way they want. Then the defense can go and say, well, we want to show you 2.5 hours of interview to put it into context. That should be their right as well.
I bet Bev wouldn't allow it.
So I'm told counsel wants to see me as the jury's coming over. Why don't you come up to sidebar?
Goat food. Thank you, Techno Stacy. Appreciate you.
But again, to us it reeks of desperation, but to the jury, oh, this is an impactful statement.
Well, and if I'm the jury and I don't know a lot
Weirdo's
about
back.
court trials,
And the weirdo is all the way to the right this time. Paulo Balls don't want her near to him.
Peg probably made him separate.
I don't want any more grandchildren. I hate the ones I do have.
Yikes. Kirby's mom became a goat herder. Thank you so much. You get awesome new emojis like Fluffy here. Appreciate you.
Yeah, and that's a big problem. If she says that's her documentary, or that's her testimony, well, they can use it against her. And she didn't have editorial rights to her testimony, so they can cut it in any way they see fit. And that's the big problem. Shut up. Don't talk to anyone until you have a conviction.
I can't believe they let her do those interviews. I really can't. It was a poor decision by the defense.
And again, Baker pointed it right out. I mean, there might be some people to whom 9 drinks is just a fun Saturday, but for people like me who are teetotalers, like, we put our own selves into that, and we'd be plastered.
Right. Most people, and to add on to that point, right? She's talking about how the drinks were weak, so they were adding a shot to it. Well, there's a lot of people out there that don't quite grasp that concept, right? There's a lot of people that don't drink, don't understand that bars will water down your drinks and etc. So it just looks bad.
Well, and again, yeah, and for people that don't drink, who get an occasional drink at a restaurant, they're usually a lot stronger than what we drink at home. So to hear someone, again, I am smart enough to realize that not everyone else. Well, you don't cut all your drinks with Diet Sprite?
Sure don't. Sure don't.
No, but it's just poor optics.
It
that
is.
I want to get more hammered. But you were the designated driver. You should have not been drinking. And now you're here with an OVI. And we know from the first case that was the big problem. They wanted to find her guilty because she was drunk driving. And before everyone says everyone else was, yeah, but not everyone else is charged with a crime. It doesn't matter.
I don't understand how Higgins hasn't been charged. He's admitted to being drunk. He's admitted to drinking several Jameson and Ginges, driving his car, squad cars. I don't understand how he didn't get a DUI out of this.
Well, because his boss likes him.
Yeah.
He's the best detective ever.
He used FBI equipment to get rid of evidence. That should probably have gotten him in some trouble as well, but nope.
I can't imagine the feds are done with him. If anybody in this group of people is going to get charged by the feds, it's got to be him. It's got to be.
I think he got desk duty, but even if he's riding a desk, it's
he's still getting paid by taxpayer dollars.
I would love riding a desk and not having to go undercover, having to deal with seedy people. That would be great.
Right?
Yeah. Well, it also, the scene was unsecured. I swear to goodness. At this point, if I'm in the jury, I'm reading that the scene was left unsecured. They used leaf blowers, red Solo cups. I am raising my hand. Why are we here?
But again, to us, it sounds stupid. But maybe these people watch CSI and they thought, well, you can just take off your sunglasses and solve the crime. Again, we don't know the jury, and everyone can say, well, they look happy when AJ is talking, or they look sad when Alessi is talking. The last time we had the same, no one in the world could find her guilty because there's no evidence here, and they still almost sent her to prison on a charge that, even though it's not murder, can land her 25 years in prison, which would be a life sentence to her. With her health, she's not coming
Yeah,
out
pretty
if she's
close.
getting 25 years in prison.
That's
What was the
possibly
plea?
accurate.
What were the plea terms for negligent or reckless homicide?
No one knows. You don't tell, hey, we are going to give her a plea agreement for 5 years. There's rumors out there. Someone said 16 years. Someone said 8 years. But it's not like it's a public record that we're going to give you an offer.
Well, yeah, no, I just didn't know what the scuttlebutt around was, like what the range
Everywhere
is.
from 5 to 16 is the highest, I think.
That's
And
wild.
when she said no, thank you, they upcharged her. She can't give her life. It's a maximum of 25 years.
Bev would still try.
Can the
I was
defense
watching.
bring
Go
up
ahead.
all about Proctor and why they sacked him? They can mention if he's still working for the Canton police. But they can't. And again, you have to remember all of this is really good for us. Oh, we hate Proctor. He's an idiot. But you also have to serve it for, because if you go into all of this, well, Proctor did this, Proctor did that. Does it work on the jury? Or does it just seem, oh, they are desperate? Kind of like we see Brennan right now.
I
They
think
don't want to disprove him. They just want to besmirch his reputation.
I think Proctor's a different situation. He got
I do
fired. He's
wonder.
been removed from all positions of authority. Like that's a different. It's not like it's not like a firefighter that was friends with Caitlin Albert. This is a much larger deal, in my opinion, with Proctor.
Yeah.
I do wonder if Proctor will be this week. Get it sandwiched in the middle, get it done and over with. He's not fresh in your mind as you close your case. You get in front of the bad facts that he is basically all the sucktastic. But I could see what?
Sorry. They've still got so many bad witnesses. They've got Higgins,
Well-
they've got Brian Albert, they've got Proctor and Yuri. They're just
Objection, Your Honor. Question. Yeah, why couldn't they get the? Let me ask you a question. Who
think
will we
Bev's
not
getting it
see
early?
called from the state this time? Will the state leave Proctor out?
how could you? He's the lead
I don't think
investigator.
you can if he's
You have
did they use
Bukaki and
Tully?
they claim he's a co-lead.
That's
You are
true.
unmuted.
He's going to get called by
do a
defense,
poll
though.
just to get some engagement on my channel.
Good idea. My poll is currently who is the most painful to listen to? Hank, Lally, Jackson, Bev. Hank's winning, by the way. I was going to put Alisi in there, but I couldn't do it. He's just too fun. I like listening to him. You're not going to get Bev to show up early, y'all. She's paid by the
True.
state.
No,
She'll
but then
make
she
any
should
extra
build in.
money.
She should build in a 15-minute buffer and say we started 9:09. The jury be here 9:15. Get everything done by 9:15.
Yeah.
Instead of this, I heard that the counsel wanted to see me.
Because as a juror, this is going to piss me off. I have to be here at 8:30, I'm guessing, or they have to be there in time because they go from one place to the courtroom, so they have to be there on time. They'll get police, showing up at their door if they're not there on time. But the judge and the lawyers can like stroll in and do whatever, whenever. And Bev coming over, I'm sorry, we were streamlining things for you. This is the opposite of streamline. Like, does anyone ever just want to raise their hand? Like, do you know what streamline means?
I call BS, Judge. I call BS.
Objection, facts not in evidence. Did I do it right?
John's friend's wife didn't testify this trial. Not sure who you're talking about, Nunya, but we're not done yet. They might show up still. They might show up.
Um,
We still got plenty
so-
of days of testimony.
Do we? You guys watched more of the pre-trial hearings. Did the state estimate their time that they were going to need for their case, and the defense
6 to 8.
estimate their times?
6 to 8 weeks, 2 weeks for the defense.
Oh,
So I'd say at least 12 weeks.
I just saw Mo's soul shrivel in that moment.
I think I stopped listening at the 6 weeks, so I'm like, okay, we're halfway through, MFers. We got this.
Nope.
6 to 8 full.
gonna
6
need a
to 8 weeks
puppy
of full days
to
in court.
cuddle.
So,
By the-
so with, I put down that the case started. We are 3 weeks into the case now. 1, 2, 3. So the 7th week will be when I'm in the States. And I believe that the defense will start 2 weeks after a week more, and then that week I think the defense will start on around June 16th is when the defense will be up. In my math relations in my head.
Well, they did say that they're ahead of schedule yesterday. I don't know by how much, but they said it.
Well,
they have to.
They will let out 15 minutes early. It's not like they were that much ahead.
They have to be able to. They have to call these people. If they wait till the defense, it'll be worse. I think he needs to.
Well, but Bev won't declare them hostile witnesses. Yes,
I don't know. I don't think
math.
she likes Proctor. She might let Proctor be a hostile witness. She might let them go after Proctor. I don't know. She really didn't like Proctor last time, if you remember. She was making him say all the dirty words.
I don't have a ninja sword because everything over 3 inches is illegal in Denmark. That's why
Commies.
I'm almost at legal limits. 1 inch more and I will be at legal limits.
Is that a lighter in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
It's a Hot Wheel. It's a Camaro.
Just for the record, I think Ms. Little had an opportunity to review the redacted exhibits from yesterday, and I don't
No
think there's
way.
any objection to them.
We still haven't gotten to,
All right.
to the experts or the medical professionals. They come now. Yeah, but you can't take it outside.
How do you get it home?
You're allowed to,
You have to-
if you have a, what would you call that? If you have a purpose, I can bring a ninja sword to go fishing if I use it to fillet the fish, because that's a recognized purpose. But if I then leave it in my car and think, oh, I'm going to get a carton of milk on the way home,
All persons having
it's
anything to
illegal.
do before
I
the
can only
Honorable
drive it from
Beverly
the fishing
Benoni,
spot
the Justice
to my
of the
house.
Superior Court, holding
Because I
its
don't need the
desk
ninja sword
within
to
County
buy a
Norfolk.
carton of milk.
Granier, give your
A
presence
lot of
and you shall be heard. God
a lot of
save the
craftsmen
Commonwealth
have
of
been
Massachusetts.
caught. You know,
This
the
court
little
is session,
red
please be seated.
knife they have to cut
Good morning again,
wires and stuff.
Council. Good morning.
A lot of them got dinged, and it was an automatic 7-day
You have to
in
ask
prison
those
to
same
begin
three
with.
questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions?
Oh, you need to move, bro.
Discussing this case with anyone
Yeah.
since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. You also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or
What do you say?
investigation into this case?
Are you agreeing with
Said
Jane
yes
Doe?
or nodded affirmatively.
Uh,
Anyone happen to see,
yep.
or read anything about this
You
case?
can read this.
Clarvur Ian Niwa
All
Dog.
right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness,
Yeah,
please.
kinda.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth
Ready for a new
calls
day?
Connor Keith.
Connor
Is that what it
Keith.
says? Ready for a new day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fishing koi.
Is he the
Well,
chief
girl.
deputy or deputy chief?
Yes. I wasn't listening because all of this just.
deputy chief, is my guess.
This is why our chat up line is, "Hey girl, you want to make me break the law? Put more than 3 inches in my pants."
Good morning, Miami. How are you? 4 weeks to the day. 4 weeks to the day. We'll all be celebrating in
You solemnly
Dollywood.
swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case of hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm excited, yo.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Nope.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce?
And if because there was a political party, very far right political party, who gave out. I can't remember if it was hairspray or something that they called like criminal repellent, maybe with a little racial twang to it. They gave them out, and that was illegal because you can't even carry hairspray if it's for the purpose of self-defense. So of course you don't carry hairspray for self-defense. You carry it to fix your hair. Mo really loved that Aquafina. I don't know.
Aquavelva.
Oh.
Aquanet.
Aquanet. No, Aquafina. That's the bad rapping seagull.
Yes,
What?
it is. Aquafina was Scuttle in the live-action remake of The Little Mermaid, in which she committed assault against humanity through your ears by making the worst rap ever. It's called "What's the Scuttlebutt?" If you hate yourself, go listen to it. Valhalla's doing just that.
So what do you do to
I'm
defend
on it.
yourself in Denmark if someone jumps you? You use the appropriate amount of force to defend yourself, or you hope the police is close by. They're not.
Introduce yourself
They're
to the
not.
jury. Spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes, in various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the District Attorney's Office.
Did you have a role in investigating this case?
Yes,
Were you assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved, yes.
What was he there the first time?
No.
I tried googling him, but I can't see him.
I don't remember this guy at all.
No.
I wonder if he's their proctor stand-in.
Could be.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes,
Specifically, regarding the digital forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have
Oh.
to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image of the phone?
Yes,
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
yes,
Were you involved in analyzing
Thank
Kerry
you,
Roberts'
Joanna.
phone?
no,
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
no.
Was your role limited to attaching it to Gray Key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes,
In addition to the phone
So we did
extraction,
the same thing Garino did.
take us back to January 29, 2022.
No, I think
Were
he.
you involved in going to 34
I don't
Fairview
know what
Road
he
in
did.
Canton, Massachusetts?
yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
What was
Not a
your
fan.
role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
His tie is too small.
I was
for a
asked
big
to
guy.
by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes,
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very
he's
front
one
of
of
the
the
lawn and the
extras.
street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Do you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag
And why would you do that?
to secure it.
Because
Did
he
he-
did
did
the
he-
Dunkin' Donut run that morning, and he had a few spare
Yeah.
bags for evidence.
I was gonna say, did he have actual evidence bags, or did he just have, paper bags that he found at the gas station or something?
Yeah.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were timestamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with exhibit 74, please.
Again, talking about why cases go so long, this guy isn't needed. We had the search team testify yesterday. We found this shit. And he's just there to say, yeah, I put this in a bag.
Are they trying to establish the chain of custody with this guy? Is that what they're trying to do? Because
Yeah, they're just going to say, yeah, it's found at the scene.
Yeah.
I found it. I put it in the evidence room. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
This guy looks like he's 12.
I know. I'm like, did we card
Do
Doogie
you
over
recognize
here?
that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
74A, please. 74B. Thank you. Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves in your pocket so they're contaminated?
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please. With the court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
Do you know what really isn't smart if you
me ask
don't
you-
want to contaminate evidence? Is one, contaminated it in your pocket. Two, when you put it on, use your ungloved hands to put your gloves on. Why do these theatrics? It's not necessary because they have already cross-contaminated all of the evidence. It's...
A few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
No,
To
they don't.
secure the bag.
They don't need to be sterile, but his DNA is everywhere, so they can never retest any of the evidence because all the evidence has been contaminated.
Closed.
If the
So,
bag is open, is it
He
then
can just
retaped?
put his
Yes.
fingerprints in the
Do you
bag
write on the
next to it and
outside of the
said, I
bag?
touched it in
Yes.
court
Why do
that
you do
day.
that?
To memorialize the date time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's again, it's just
Why am I always horrified with their use of the scissors? Like, I am going to see someone chop off their own finger one of these days. Look, they're not Fiskars. He's confused. He's just been allowed to use grown-up scissors. Yesterday, apparently.
Oh, you give me such confidence in your evidence collection and handling.
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
Thank
Yeah, they put them in their inside pocket.
you. Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag. I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
Will
Right, any
the
objections
tail
to
light
this?
multiply again?
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Close off numpty.
Date, time, location, who's collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing,
Why is it untied? They could untie it to swap on the inside of the, do you call it the tongue of the shoe? So they can untie it to do that. Why so clean? They could have cleaned it off after. It looks brand new to me.
processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times. Then when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please. And preferably 75A, please. You recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury.
Do it all the time. We talked a lot about the Black Soul last year. People say it's just a shadow. I see it as a totally different type of shoe, but the defense doesn't argue it. Are we going to see that big piece of plastic where they, oh shit, we don't know what this is? But they still didn't find the 11
Sir,
inches
on those
long.
items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just two pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There's another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put two.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off? Or do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other small piece and show the jury as well?
Totally Russian, but I would tell you if anyone had taken their time to mark where the shoe and the body was found. But we don't know. Yeah.
Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the two bigger pieces?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
You could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into.
It was the
evidence, please.
multiplying pieces.
Okay.
It was shown by a lab technician, and when she was rummaging around, she said, "Oh, there's 3 pieces in here."
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's only marked as 2 on the bag.
Yeah.
Sir, on the
And I leave it to you and the witness how you do that. So, Mr. Brennan, I leave it to you and the witness how you do that part.
yes. Sir, on the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip.
Was he hiding it?
I'd like you to
You didn't
safely
want to show
secure it, bring it with
anybody?
you and bag it when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
So we're going to mark the little chip.
Yeah, let's mark the
You want
little
to
Giannetti
mark it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that.
It's not about size,
Yes.
Bev.
And we're going to submit that for
Don't mark the
identification. So the
little
small chip. that I
Madam
asked you
Clerk.
Why didn't we
for.
mark it the first
Madam
trial?
Court Reporter has an
Yeah.
edit.
Thank you very much.
Why are we doing this now?
Thank you.
Oh, if there's an extra piece of tail light, no big deal. No big deal.
Yeah, and we don't close it.
We
We
have
don't
one more
write
bag
what's in
of
the
items
bag,
to
and we
go
don't.
Yes.
Oh,
Could I have Exhibit 73, please?
we are talking about you not doing the procedures, and then you take out a piece of evidence, put it in a new envelope. You don't write your name, the date, and what it contains.
Nothing. Just put it in an envelope. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
It'll be
they'll
fine,
guess it
Baker.
at the third trial. Fucking hell.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if there's
Sir,
a
if you could look
third?
at Exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Oh, it's the cap.
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw
That
it, was
was
it
the
at
cat.
ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The lab did. The lab put it all
Show
together
me
and
the photo.
taped it all together.
Recognize what's in it?
The lab put it all together, and there's
Yes.
like
What's in
3
it?
pieces
Piece of
missing in
clear
the
plastic.
missing.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
If you go into Discord, you can actually see it put together. And funny enough,
There's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
everything that's next to each other is found by an officer.
Hey, Baker, I
Yeah.
don't
With the court
remember
permission, could we show Exhibit 7?
police offices or police departments saving money on evidence bags by putting multiple pieces of things in the same bag.
So it's just
Don't ask questions. Don't ask
Because
questions.
this next, so Exhibit 73 and Exhibit 80 or 75 have now had to be made into additional exhibits on the fly. This is okay. I just wanted to make sure we didn't just like throw everything into a stop
in a
and
new
shop bag.
envelope, and we'll figure it out later.
79.
By doing that,
Yes.
actually, by doing that, that's going to look less suspicious in the future, right? Like, so if it ever goes
Yeah.
to appeals or whatever, it's going to be marked like it should be, but it definitely didn't start that way. That's kind of scuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
Skillman, would you be able to close? Thank you. You recognize that item, sir?
Yes.
And did you bring those 2 items with you, the past exhibit and this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please?
What's that?
Is somebody snapping gum?
It's
Oh, it might have been a
happens-
binder. It might have been a
but
binder.
it happens all the time. It's annoying.
It probably is a binder.
Yeah, the clasps.
Are these different in color
They
than
need
the last
trapper
pieces you showed?
keepers.
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
Why are there 2 now here too?
Weren't there only 2 pieces of red and 1 piece of white plastic found?
That's
that's
what
all
I
they've
thought from the
shown us so
last
far.
time.
I'd move these items to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
What?
Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper Keefe.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Ooh, Yannetti.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe
Tim.
and of Terry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone
Yes.
11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well.
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022.
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
And I just ask you to read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper. Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor,
Is
please?
there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the.
I will not.
Wonder how much money this guy made last year.
Now,
Not enough if you
Trooper
look
Keith,
at his face.
as of January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Hey, Kelly.
It's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisor.
Touch the microphone one more time, and Marissa will call the courtroom and scold you like an intern. One more time, sir.
Get him, Marissa.
It's kind of like Doink with his handheld microphone up here. It's just as annoying.
That's correct.
What's this guy's first name?
I don't know.
John.
Connor.
Connor.
Connor. It's John
Connor
Keefe.
Keefe.
Connor Keefe. Yeah, it's because when I Googled it, it came up John O'Keefe, and that's not right. Connor.
But it is spelled very
It's a small unit.
similarly.
Oh, shit.
Is it not?
Relatively small.
Within
Well, according to
the
a quick
CPAC
Google
or
search,
the,
he made
Norfolk
$97,549.66 last year.
And he's worth every single penny.
Here's
He doesn't
here's a
know
fun
how
fact.
evidence get into evidence bags.
The highest salary at Massachusetts State Police in 2024 was $566,000 or $566,197.
For who?
It doesn't say. I could probably dig deeper if I had to, but there's a state trooper in Massachusetts that made over $500,000 last year.
Worth every cent.
That is absolutely insane.
County Detectives. Every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
John Connor?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
That's
And
a
have you
Terminator.
been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation. No.
You have not yet.
No.
Yet.
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
Yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
A few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
You'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
just have a moment, Your Honor?
I really hope it says that he was there for that.
Well, they wouldn't say it if they didn't have documentation.
You would think.
I mean, I would think, but I didn't realize this was going to be 12 weeks. So still all this. I'm still in shock and horror. It's trauma.
Shock and horror.
Okay, Cooper, you do not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on
Outstanding.
October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office. Is that your current testimony?
Yes.
If you saw a copy of that report,
Current
would that refresh your
testimony.
memory?
To an extent.
May I put you on?
Yes.
No, not at all.
The O'Keefe side of the aisle is a little sparse today, huh?
To be fair, if we weren't covering this and hanging out with you fine folks, I would not be watching this. So
I've placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
it's your report, doofus. Don't be all confused. He's like, I was there? What more did I do? Choose my own adventure.
It's probably Proctor's report.
He's probably like, dude, you screwed me again, Proctor. No lube as always.
Well, Jessica Thomas, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad that we are entertaining you at least.
Halfway through this notebook, rip. Sir, it's not Dostoevsky. Could you finish up at any time? It's not even Harry Potter. Damn.
So this absolute genius.
I'm sorry, Cooper Keith, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics.
This guy who has never been a lead detective of anything couldn't remember he did an interview with Sarah Livingston.
I almost wonder if he didn't do it. I almost wonder if Proctor just added his name because he needed somebody else to be there.
Wasn't there some talk about that in the last trial, that some John Hancocks didn't look like other cocks?
Of what Sarah Levinson said, so you
I'd just
don't
like
have to
to-
brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take
Sure,
a look, sir.
go ahead.
Yeah, give me the audible version. What's so remarkable?
Yeah, is it a tablet? I was trying to type slowly and quietly, but this sounds like something I need. If it downloads all my notes at the end of the day,
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes.
Are you lying?
Yeah.
The two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
Yes.
But you did not write the report, correct?
No, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
His mind is racing 200 kilometers an hour trying to figure out where the fuck is he going to take me and how do I not get dirty, but fuck Proctor, that asshole.
He definitely looked at the jury when he admitted that he was there for this or whatever. He took a glance at the jury, and I think he was trying to figure out. I think he got caught, basically. I think he's lying. I think he's lying through his teeth.
I don't think he has any independent memory of this.
I don't
He can't remember who. You could show him her. I would put a picture up of the anti-Habsburg girl and ask, is that the one you had the interview with? Just to test his memory.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't mind.
Yeah, he got a $250,000 payday next year.
Oh yeah, 2025 is going to be a much more profitable year for him. Is he on coke? What the hell is he doing?
Other examples are the reports on the videos that you well, strike that. Let me
stop.
Marissa,
the mic.
Marissa, now you call the courthouse right now and tell someone to go in and do the mommy thing.
Bad Trooper Keith. Bad Trooper
Doogie,
Keith.
stop it. Stop it, Doogie. I know you have ADHD and you're, probably on the Ritalins, but stop it. Damn.
I think he might be coked out.
I don't know what's wrong with him, but this guy, he's like you might not know, Mo, you don't know men, especially small boys. But at some point, a little boy will find out that he has a handle and he'll go and yank it all the time. And
I was so scared when my first son started doing, because I don't know the stretchability, like the tensile strength of like
hey,
a
ladies,
ball.
it depends on your hotness.
He was a toddler. He was toddler gentle. I was like, he's gonna rip it off. And my husband's like, no, if he tugs too hard, he was like, if he tugs too hard, he'll learn to. I was just like, I'm done. I'm out. You take the feral boy children. I don't know.
But he's like one of those who never got out of that phase and now just constantly has to sit and do something.
I'm a fidgeter too, in all fairness, right? Like I'll sit here all day and fidget. And
I have a pen in my hand, but I don't do this constantly because it would be really annoying if I did this constantly while we're speaking. This is the expert. It's not us.
He might start by saying this. Asking this. You retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and CF McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure.
He didn't do shit. He just sat in the car next to Proctor and, I'll sign it.
He was a lackey.
Well, that's a pretty good pay raise. That's 34,000 extra.
I'm sorry. Again, if you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
10 minutes later.
Yeah, don't look at the jury.
Also, don't pray maybe while you're reading.
What are you doing, bro?
He has so much nervous energy.
Don't.
I think he's on coke. I really do.
Well, I've seen people come out of bathrooms, but they are normally always doing this. I don't know how people act on coke.
Like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've never for science, but I'll take your word for it, Valhalla.
Okay. Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory?
We also have him on 2.5.
Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video.
Right.
I did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes.
And that, by the way, I said waterfall.
Thanks, Yamaha. Appreciate you, buddy.
This is CF McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant CF McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes.
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
Yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
Now, another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Adderall is essentially
Yes.
Ritalin. It's for
Within your
ADD. It's
unit,
a stimulant
did,
very
Trooper
closely
DeChico have a
chemically to methamphetamine.
Yeah,
Slightly
it's what
different, but close.
Yeah, and my lady who lives with my daughter, he says when he gets it, it slows him way down. I thought it was pump you up, but
Well,
No,
that's how it's supposed to work. If you have
Because-
ADD, if you have an imbalance, it slows you down. If you don't have an imbalance, it's essentially like taking meth, and you get all amped up and jittery. And,
yeah, no, it really does help you slow down and focus. It's paradoxical. That's why a lot of people with ADHD will drink like Coke or something and fall
Caffeine.
asleep, have caffeine.
Yeah.
I can't have energy drinks because they make me tired.
well, I'm glad only have a little bit of OCD. Bro did zero prep for court. He did prep for the part he thought he was there to testify about, but they sprung a little. They took him down a side road, asking about all the reports that he just co-signed with Trooper Proctor without reading them.
Name for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
I'm telling
What
you, I
the
think
hell?
he's on something. He's either on Coke or
Does
Adderall.
Chico have a nickname for a first name?
Objection.
Why
May we
can't
approach?
they ask about his nickname? What? Did you see his face?
May we approach?
Yeah.
So Trooper Kiko has a nickname.
Please let it be Dedusho.
Yeah. Gigi.
Evidence finder.
The Fonz.
Trooper, in terms of the troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
Him.
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that
Oh, they really want to throw Proctor under the bus in some way. They know he's dangerous to them.
Okay, but no one answers a question like this. Does he have more experience than me? Well, I don't know. He works here longer, so I guess you could quantify that.
Well, truth be told, I have entered bakeries with someone who had been there 20 years where I was thinking, did you even pass your exam?
he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the autopsy of John O'Keefe on January
Depends.
31st of
I did.
2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
in Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scorti Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scorti Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
With regard to Dr. Scorti Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the
You're welcome, bud.
report for the exact words.
Okay. I may have a moment.
I'm eating cookies. That's why I'm off screen.
Cookies, that's what we're calling it now, Baker.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can't have Adderall, so apparently it's frowned upon taking drugs online.
Oh, Well, that
Apparently.
changes my whole new show that I was going to do.
Yeah. Crack and what it can do for
I
you.
placed another document in front
I
of you.
really
Just
think
he
read it
is.
silently to yourself and look
I
up at
think
me when you're
he's
done.
on either. Yeah, I think he's on an upper. I really do.
And I would direct your attention to the second page for the question I
Why
just asked.
shouldn't he be allowed to have a little fun?
Well,
Because girls just wanna have fun.
Having reviewed that report, Trooper, is your memory refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one.
Most likely not.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not.
In this case, when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Sustained.
May we approach?
is this sped up, Baker?
Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Only 1.25.
Okay.
Does it seem like he's going faster? Because that's
Well, he's John. He's got the lip
Maybe he
licking.
just
he's
has-
sniffly.
maybe he has an all caps, bold, underlined face like me.
I don't think so, Mo. I
Although
don't think so.
when I was in the jury, knowing about myself that I give a lot away on my face, I did actively work to try to keep all of my internal facial movements to myself.
When we get back, can we put him on regular speed for a minute? I want to see his face.
Feel free to stand up.
Thank you.
When you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Sustained.
Coke mouth.
I'm telling you, he is on something, you guys.
Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Looking at John O'Keefe.
I would like that trooper drug tested.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Yes.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
Objection.
It's the same thing, just ask a different.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And in
looking-
order,
That's a weird question.
And
That is a weird question.
Thank you, Jamie, for giving Brandon his membership chat again this month. Do you hang out with the Coke Fairy?
I am so tired of the eye signals to Brennan, then the objection, then Bev sustains. Yes, I am tired of this like line, like
Yeah.
weird. What am I supposed to say?
And it's getting more and more obvious that they
Yeah.
have been told to look at the prosecution table when they're in trouble.
Towards the end, he's just gonna be like, Brennan, my man.
Do you have? No, I just have something in my shoulder. So
Also, Why is it so damn hard to say, did the doctor look at the body? I don't know where she was looking. Were you observing the body? What do you mean? Just answer the damn question, and then Brennan can rehab you. You look dumber with all of these attempting to wordplay and sword fence.
Maybe it was test yourself week at the morgue, so she was doing it blindfolded. This is the
My
screen.
boys did create the no hand, no eye challenge, and that's why they're cleaning the restroom this week.
To do
At the
that,
body.
I'm sorry?
She was looking at the body, I assume.
Thank
I'm not
you.
in.
Thank you. And looking at the body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was at the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for you to see, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
And it is common practice for the state police to attend autopsies when there's an undetermined death, correct?
Yes.
It is not at all.
And thank you, Jason JJJ, for the $10. Only cops are allowed to be on not street legal pharmaceuticals from the evidence room and hardly get punished for it. Look up Broward County Sheriff making not street legal pharmaceuticals on the 7th floor of the courthouse in order to make arrests. Well, I'm just glad they know chemistry. Like, yay, American, Department of Education, we're winning.
Common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well,
Bullshit.
giving the
We have
facts
text messages to
is
indicate
giving
otherwise.
input, is it not?
Facts
not
are
input.
under input.
Okay. Did you talk to Dr. Scortibello during the autopsy?
Yes.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
No, none. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
I really
This
think
is the
he's
first
high.
time Brennan hasn't recrossed. He probably is like, you're dying, dude, you're dying.
Jurors, this break we're going to take now.
An hour in?
All right, we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer break than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get coffee for you, so we'll take a recess now for the next half hour, maybe a little bit.
Half
Are you
hour?
going to stay?
All right. for the
Say
court
hour
case.
or half hour?
Close your notebooks.
Half
Something
hour.
like half hour, but that means an hour in Bev time.
Yeah, it means half an hour in our time, but in her time compression circle, it means roughly the rest of the day. And Brandon says, liar, liar, coke on fire.
I was watching a little bit of a Jennifer Coffindaffer stream the other day. She had a judge on, and the judge was admitting to basically crossing the line and violating people's rights in trials that she felt deserved it, and was backing Bev's crossing the line and violating rights in this trial. I was like, how
So
are
I
you
want to
saying
talk a little
this
bit more about
out
what we
loud?
talked about at sidebar. And I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness. And that was a March decision. And I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you about your concerns, Mr.
So again, you can't bring anything up, even though it's law.
Yeah, yeah. How dare you
Leslie.
find this
I'll
March
hear the
case?
Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else.
Why didn't you know it
So
already?
what are your
You
concerns
stupid
about
B-word.
Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified at the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor. I first want to just get the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are two separate decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A, and that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course, a court is a judicial proceedings of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Hold on. Is this about not being able to use prior testimony? Bev's been shutting it down the whole time. I can't.
Jessica Hyde is the one with the headband.
Okay, so what I'm gathering is that there is either testimony or a report or something she did in a court case outside of this, like a report or something. What I'm trying to think is that they're trying to get those reports maybe to impeach her about bad past reports into this trial. That's what I'm gathering, but I could be way off.
I didn't catch the name either for the Maryland case, so I can't look it up. Also, this board didn't settle all the pretrial motions. We will deal with it when we get there. Upon arrival, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Alessi. Yeah, this is the big problem with Bev. She makes up the rules as she goes, and none of it is consistent. Everything the defense does that the state did 2 seconds before will be wrong. And now they found something that is both according to Massachusetts law and federal law, and she'll just say, it should have been brought up before. Well, Condi McGee face, they are allowed, if they didn't know it before, they are allowed to bring it up. Jedi Jess Marissa, can you find the case and post it in Discord, pretty please? I don't know what, I couldn't catch the name. I'm sure because Jess has OCD, so she has gone back and listened to it. She contradicted her testimony with previous testimony. That's what I'm getting. I think she's the one who did the phone extraction. And she had one finding, which was 227 did happen. And then Mr. Whiffen called her, and then 227 didn't happen. I believe that's what we talked about in the first trial. I think that's what it was about. But maybe we'll hear it if we just listen to what they're saying in court.
Thank you.
So, assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what...
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it one
The
area.
decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
So what is it so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking
If I could
me
proceed
to allow.
give you the answer, Your Honor, I
Go
will
ahead.
explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Celebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, she is not using Apple source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is, in fact, what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a witness with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify.
You're the one who didn't want Arca there because you said that you couldn't trust him. You're the one who didn't want Dr. Russell there because, well, she claims she's an expert. Maybe you should turn down the maligning witnesses and just argue the case in front of you, you stupid.
Well, not to mention
or the base.
that if the defense had gone after, I mean, they've tried to go after the defense's witnesses, but this is attacking her on her report's reliabilities. It's not anything that it is foundational to her being an expert that you can rely on her report. And if the state of Maryland said, we cannot trust your report because you have misrepresented, that is something that is germane to this case because she is being held up as an expert.
And again, it's a court finding that she is unreliable.
This is for her opinion. It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject you. There is no relationship between what she is going to testify as a basis.
That's what the rule said.
And that opinion.
Yeah.
That opinion did not say she was
what the
wrong.
court found.
It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated. Nobody has the Apple source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so using the words like surrogate is a way to try to cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. This here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand other than he's trying.
No, but you don't understand anything. He said
I hate him so much.
shitty lawyer, and I really hope.
To draw some type of relevance
MG
materiality.
must be
There's none.
losing his mind.
There's none. This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court. This is on significant location, and although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert, has nothing to do with this case, nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan, regarding the 207 stamp? We did not have this issue with Mr.
227.
Whitman, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whitman.
Oh, it was. The 227 timestamp.
No, that was raised, but this, what was problematic in Maryland, the same thing that was problematic in Arrington.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been Daubertized with regard to Apple source codes. And if I could, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has made a relevance argument. He keeps anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability. And if I could, Your Honor, in the State Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please, at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed on their reliability of their methodology. And lastly, with regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it says the issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code, her methodology in the Herrera case, she got Daubertized on because it wasn't reliable. That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get around them. In this case, it's just basic cross-examination.
You can see the plan to dehumanize somebody, Daubertize.
Oh my God.
Dehumanize. You're such. What's the next thing you're gonna say? Well, this is. I'm not gonna say it, but this is what the Germans did in the 30s.
I also think he might be using this as a dog whistle, because the more I thought about it last night, she might be of a very conservative Jewish sect. Once you get married, you cannot show your hair to anyone but your husband, and they do use
I think
wraps.
she has cancer.
She had a whole bun in the back. That was
but she didn't have anything up here, so I thought she had
because
cancer.
you put your hair back, so you can't, like, even your bangs, even wisps. If you see, this is so retarded.
Yeah, this. I mean, is she gonna play the Jew argument and say, "Oh, you can't ask her questions because she is Jewish"? What is the percentage of Hebrew religion followers in the lawyer profession?
It's not dehumanizing if you are purporting yourself and putting yourself out to be an expert, to have someone question your expertise stuff.
Yeah.
Your
then if she's not going to allow him to cross, she should be Daubertized. Maybe if she didn't do all the Daubert hearings with the defense witnesses, but none with the state, we wouldn't be here. Thank you, Marissa. I think I'm going to curse. I'm going to put it in the swear jar. It's, again, no one said, well, we can't have that Jew talk about this. So what's the dehumanization of saying she effed up? I hate this guy.
I mean, especially
to use a term to suggest some type of conclusion that has no basis in fact is an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact. In that case,
nothing to do with
it did not deal with the search of a tab and a suspended state in Safari. It didn't deal with the timestamp. It was an entirely different issue. By their analysis, if a expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics, and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis at another case. They have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court. Has nothing to do with her opinions here. What information do they have that her methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court? What evidence do they have that the methodology used in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have any. In fact, they called an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology, and they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable. No different on this subject. Herrera case is a totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
No one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227, but the good part of her slide presentation that she's going to present is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here is the issue with the 227 in addition. There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, one, doesn't exist anymore, or two, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify and her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? But one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her, I won't even use the term downwardise anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut it, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case, she was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You, and any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand. Let Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. But I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on the very subject matter she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is the location she has in her PowerPoint she's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
One location insignificant or not being mentioned in court, they should be allowed to testify, to cross-examine her on it. Doesn't matter how significant.
They are allowed. Not should be allowed. They are allowed.
They are allowed. Yeah, that's what I. But it it's just a paragraph on page 7. It doesn't matter. Is there one location data mentioned? Doesn't matter how significant it is to your case. Cross-examination is allowed.
That developed the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable. It is the issue of the significant locations by that court that they found insufficient. There's no opinion from a court that she's an unreliable expert. And this is how the
A court
Wow, he
doesn't
is-
have opinions. A court make rulings.
He is unbelievable.
She was ruled unreliable there.
Yeah, and again, MG, if a court rules against you, is it just an opinion of that stupid dirt, or will you, even though you disagree with his opinion, would you have to follow it, or you can get in a lot of legal troubles? This guy is an idiot, and he's about the worst person to argue anything. I bet you he loses every argument he has with his wife and his wife's boyfriend.
going to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis. That is a totally separate subject, or an opinion simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion, it wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case. And so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court, there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point. This has nothing to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, it's two different issues.
One last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just said credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the essence of what experts do. You have to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate
It is,
decision.
Your Honor. It is, Your Honor. It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case, and even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here, and I think the Commonwealth is conflating that. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence. I don't know why we're perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Hott. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology with regard to her PowerPoint. You heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He is going to include, he has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, she has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't, in anticipatory, have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become eminently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
All right, and Mr. Lessie, have you thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, Your Honor, my answer is I would be entitled, but I would say this: if they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to on
Yeah.
some basis, because in order for the witness to explain to the jury her opinion,
She has to be
that
unreliable.
Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches, she would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user. The same with the second part of the phone calls. But if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it. And again, this is something that after a defendant expert may or may not testify, could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was a offer of proof earlier on similar evidence. But not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal, I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked
You're here,
earlier
Leslie.
whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds,
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
but I will.
Here to Alessi. Mr. Brennan doth protest too much. I couldn't agree more, Marissa.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with anything, but we actually have to exactly have her testify to that part because,
Right.
yeah, we have a shit case.
Her unreliability is irrelevant,
You can't
but
say,
I need her
yes, I
to be
need
reliable.
to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it indirect, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue.
Okay.
Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be, that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue, and they shouldn't get rewarded with sort of having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
you can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see.
So Hyde is the next
She's here.
witness?
Your Honor, may I ask one thing? May I, Mr. President?
I just want to know, is she here?
She is, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
Yeah, why don't you come up?
We are on break till 11.
I think she's going to take the whole day to look at this. I think she's going to find any which way to make it so the defense can't dehumanize the expert. Because won't someone think of the expert? I do all the time. I wonder if he's eating pixie sticks.
Yeah. Every time I think about the expert, I'm thinking, what if any pixie sticks is he eating?
I love you, Val, because when you get my jokes, it might be like 2 seconds later, but I can tell when you get them and you start giggling, and I'm like, oh, I got it. And I love it.
It was a good one. It was a good one.
But again, you can argue, well, it's totally okay what she's doing, and they shouldn't be allowed to ask about this part because, or they shouldn't be allowed to bring up an out of state judgment. But why do you have to go to the dehumanization? And it makes him seem so effing desperate. He knows right now there is 300,000-400,000 people in the world watching this trial. And he's acting like a little bitch.
He is. Reliability, being able to trust the methodology goes at the heart of any expert witness. And it's not rude or dehumanizing to say, hey, we're paying this heifer money and she can't add 2 and 2.
Yeah. At the end of the day, if her expert opinion is bollocks, they should be able to cross-examine her on that. They are hiding important information from the jury. Exactly. And if her testimony about how she got to that result have been found bunk in another trial doing a Daubert, then at least give her a Daubert and make a ruling in this court.
I do wonder if Bev's going to make a Daubert hearing.
She could.
Because she's between a rooster and a hard place, if you will, right now. She knows a cock in a hard place.
I got it.
It's a rock.
Not the way I
like what
say
you
it.
did there. I like what you did there. Yeah.
But she knows that the DOJ is potentially
Wouldn't you like
listening.
to be between a rooster and a hard place?
I wouldn't.
How do you think I spend most of my Saturdays?
Yeah, that's why you have so many kids.
I know. I need a new hobby. But Mr. Mo is happy with me, so what can you do?
It's a
Happy
win.
husband, crazy wife who makes puppets. It's our love story of the ages. Where was I?
Cock in a hard place.
Oh, so she knows that the Department of Justice is paying attention. Now, in order to maybe alleviate herself of some biasness, I do think that she is going to, the safe bet would be to go to a Daubert hearing where it doesn't look like she's unduly influencing things, but it is giving a chance for Brennan to cry.
I think she will most likely punt it till tomorrow, and like Brendan said, she's going to talk to someone who isn't pining for a claw right now, and say, "What the hell am I going to do?" Because I got those efforts in the DOJ looking at my case. We know it, even though they said it's done. They keep an eye on this.
It's not.
And if I make a
we
ruling
know it's
that
done
goes
by
against,
Jen McCabe.
Yeah, if I make a ruling that goes against the Maryland case, which is a Supreme Court ruling, I could get in a lot of trouble. There could be another appellant issue in my fucking case. Oh. I'm here for the Spice Girl here.
Baby Spice. I get it. I get it.
If you want to be my lover,
you gotta get with my friends.
Ginger Spice was the best. Redheads rule.
Friendship never ends.
Although she did look like 45 when the other ones looked like they were 18.
Well, but the funny thing is, she still looks the same. The other ones got older. If you watch, there's a show about Formula One. She's married to the leader of the Red Bull team. The leader of the Red Bull team. She looks the same. Then we get to do it all over again. Yeah. One more time. Maybe I can get to 32,000 subscribers then.
As long as we get to call it the retrial, I am cool with it.
What is Daubert? In the United States federal law, the Daubert standard is a rule of evidence regarding the admissibility of expert witness testimony. A party may raise raise a Daubert motion, a special motion in limine raised before or during trial, etc. Basically, they want to challenge the credibility of the expert witness, much like they did ARCA last week or 2 weeks ago or whatever the hell it was. They need to come in and prove that they're an expert in their field in a Daubert hearing.
Well,
Yeah, and
we've
that
seen
the
this.
methodology that they're going to use is recognized, tested, and reliable methodology.
And clearly, she doesn't fit that bill, according to Maryland.
Harkening back to the prior trials, he did use a lot of weird databases, and voila, we have the answer we need. Voila, in Denmark, a lot of young people say, voila min fætter, which is voila my cousin, because voila means like kind of you're right or something in Arabic.
It's probably got something to do with a cat, if I'm guessing.
No,
Yeah,
this
I was
is
like, how many cats
this is
do you need
Arabic.
for a walla?
Arabic culture isn't that cat-based. It's Danish and Egyptian that's cat-based.
You're welcome, I'm sorry. You're welcome.
Yeah, she's married to Christian Horner.
I do recall this lady, Jessica Hyde, being super not experty last time.
She
Like,
was confusing.
Yeah, very confusing.
It didn't make any sense to anybody, if I remember right.
No.
Because obviously she
She
was full of
seems
shit.
like one of those really, really smart people that get everything but can't communicate what they're doing because they're on like algebra 27 and I'm over here 1 + 1 = 2.
Voila, I swear.
So she's in kind of her own little world where she gets all of it. But I remember it was at her testimony that I gave up on notes.
But
last year.
it's kind of the same as the defense witness, Mr. Green. I bet you him and Hyde could sit over a vegetarian chai latte pizza and discuss it and say, "Oh, you're so right. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Oh, yeah, the Walla file. Oh, Walla Walla Ding Dong," and everyone else in the restaurant would think, "Why are they eating a chai latte pizza? That's weird." But no one else understood those two people. No one. They were the most horrendous witnesses, experts I've ever seen. No one understood
because they
one
were
word.
lying.
No, because Mr. Green was from the defense. He was absolutely horrendous as a witness.
Yeah, he was not good.
Impossible to understand because they do this, and maybe totally not a Russian understands it because he works in that field. But an expert is there to communicate to us dum-dums. And the only thing I was thinking was, oh, I really need to buy that walking pad so I can walk while I'm watching this testimony. And I'm going to think the same thing this year. It's only been a year. I don't rush into things. Well, I'm about to maybe move in as fast as possible. But buying a walking pad is a big decision, not buying a house.
True.
Weren't we always looking up her snooze bucket? Is that a nose?
Snooze bucket? I think it's
Snooze
a nose.
bucket. Oh. Brendan definitely knew about this case too. He seemed like he knew, and he didn't want it in.
He's so slimy.
Yeah, he's the worst.
I can't stand him.
Oh yeah, that's right. She had that. She had the really bad. I just started streaming angle with people who stream from their laptop, where they.
Oh yeah.
So you can see all the blobbity blob, the turkey neck.
I don't remember that.
They both made it way too complex. Not sure by design or because tech autism. Yeah.
Well, wasn't she the one that was like a Marine or in the Navy or something, and then got out of that and was like she was in like Intel or something, and then got out and started her own company?
I vaguely remember, but I think we were all trying to figure out why she was insufferable and then protecting ourselves from tech talk.
She was a Marine? Yeah.
I vaguely remember it, I think.
She was in like military intel or something, and then took that information and went and worked for a intel collection company, and then eventually started her own company.
I think I had her ranked mid-tier of all of the experts I didn't understand. She was the mid-level of insufferable because I don't understand, but she seemed happy doing it. I was like, that's good. And Whiffen was just irritating. And Mr. Green was unintelligible. So really, she was the best expert for this. I just didn't learn anything.
Well, if you remember, she had that scarf around her head. I thought she had cancer, and Mo thinks it might be a religious thing. Whatever it was.
Which would make sense why she has to leave by Friday.
Shabbat.
Could be.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was after she blew up over the juror. That's correct. They do that.
Yeah, 100%.
She was very jolly, yeah.
It was confusing. I was like, how do you work with computers and maintain your soul?
With respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas.
Oh, shit.
No.
In your understanding,
Oh, yeah,
Richard
she
Green,
had that. She was laughing. I hate positive people.
a person that was retained by.
We are watching a trial. We are miserable. We have to listen to Lally. Don't be happy.
Why is it now I'm missing Lolly? I like the
How dare
reliable
you.
what if anything. Look, it's better than I can't control the volume of my voice.
She was
Slow
denied
drip.
deployment and then went into intel.
Valhalla's gonna have her DD-216 out soon.
DD-214.
I don't pay attention when Mr. Mo starts talking. You're just lucky DD sticks in my brain. Double D's, I'm listening.
Department of Defense form. DD form 214.
And if I named it the Double D Squad, who do you think's going to get more recruitment?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Look, I know what I know.
Yeah, Lally has dropped the what if anything, but actually the what if anything seems to be a standard they use in the Massachusetts prosecution's office, because we heard it in the Dr. Turk case as well.
It's standard everywhere. It's a cheap way to get the question in, and it's just lazy.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just hire a hotel room. Well, they have to pay the troopers. They can't go hire hotel rooms. It's not like they have unlimited funds.
They're on salary. The troopers are getting paid either way.
Yeah, but they have to have the money to pay the troopers, so they can't spend it on experts and stuff like that. Come on now.
With the salary of these troopers, yeah, I could see that being an issue. I want to know which trooper's making $500,000. Who's that guy?
I know.
That is unbelievable.
And how can I get adopted?
Would you be would you like to be a sugar daddy for a slightly overweight Danish YouTuber who might or might not put out? High likelihood he would put out for money.
Well, wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? Or unless you're a good person. I mean,
yeah.
I'm over here trying not to buy a bunch of popsicles because I just realized that this is 12 weeks. So I'm like, don't turn to sugar, Mo. Be good. And then I'm like, a good humor bar would make this trial go great, though.
Holy shit, you guys. The highest salary at Massachusetts State Police in the year 2024 was $566,197. The average annual salary for a state police trooper in Massachusetts was $98,772. The highest earning state employee who was not employed at UMass was Massachusetts State Police Detective Captain Thomas McCarthy, who made a salary of $548,072, was with $349,815 in overtime pay.
So he had
$350,000 in overtime.
60% of his pay is overtime.
That is insane.
When and where am I moving? I'm not moving anywhere right now, but my daughter wants me to move closer to her and baby Baker, so I'm considering it.
That means that a state
trust
trooper,
me, the drifting will go up. There will be a daily funding goal. Buy Baker a house, 500,000.
No, Baker, what you have to do is start selling your own coffee, then invest $300K into a K-cup machine, and then talk about it on every one of your videos.
Yeah,
God love him. The quartering is driving me nuts. I can't even listen to him anymore.
Yeah, let's make 8-minute videos where 6 minutes has nothing to do with the topic, but your coffee machine.
Which, not to knock him, I mean, he's doing more than I'm doing right now, so no shame in his game. I don't want to hear about it. I was trying to listen about new stuff.
Yeah. See you, Brandon.
where are you going?
I don't know.
Was it something I said?
Who made Brandon mad? Marissa?
I blame Marissa.
Yeah, it must be Marissa. Baker's donut mix with the extra glazing.
Glazed donuts.
That is never not going to be gross now. Damn it. Every time I walk into Krispy Kreme, I'm going to... Actually, this will be great for my diet because I'll just think of Paul and then I'll walk out like, nope. Damn.
Imagine him sitting in the cock chair with that. And you will not pick up one donut in your life. Well, we're not going to talk about coffee all show. Only 80% of every show. You were probably on X tweeting Brandon and saying,
I'm still waiting for an apology.
Brandon is getting...
See, Brandon, that's why you're not getting him out of the year, diva.
The trooper making 500 is doing all the OT assignments. So school crossing, parade details, church traffic. I will bet you, even if you did all of that, you couldn't hit those numbers. You need someone higher up to assign you a lot of overtime and approve it. This fan reminds me of a grinder, just like the grinders to have for my hand-picked Colombian roast.
Lesko, you're a genius. I'm hiring you as my marketing and promotion sponsor. I understand I'm going to get blocked from a lot of people, but I'm willing to take the gamble because you're funny.
I love when everyone... Well, you need Brandon as a mod, and then get ready for the DMs. Why is that Brandon guy a mod on your channel? Because he's funny. But he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's why he's a mod, so that he can't get timed out.
Yeah, that's why he got the mod, because he kept getting stuck in the filter.
I got tired of having to approve all of his comments. You just have a mod. Have a red. You're good.
Yeah, what does Brandon know about Grindr?
We don't ask these questions, Marissa. We just don't ask them.
We are going by a strict don't ask, don't tell policy.
As long as he's not dressed like a furry, I don't care what he does.
Hey, Mo and I are still debating when to go to. Where was it? Tennessee FurryCon? Where was it we were looking at?
I think it was Nashville, maybe? Nashville FurryCon?
Gross.
Look, they sew incredible costumes. I mean, I'm gonna take my own Febreze and have one of those Vicks sticks that they used in Silence of the Lambs, but I'm gonna be having a just a fun old time. I'll be like, "So, how did you figure out your fursona?" And they're gonna be like, "Well, I always thought I was a fox." Okay, but like, did you start screaming? Like, did you meet Megan Fox, our Megan Fox, or like the thumb? Like, what
does a
inspired?
fox say?
Tracy D, what is on the Bev deciding? She's deciding whether Jessica Hyde can testify and be cross-examined on her being deemed unreliable in another state's justice system. I'll go on Grindr right now. You think I won't go? Dare me to go on Grindr, Marissa.
You mean you'll open your app again?
Yeah. Oh, Marissa dared
Oh,
me.
you'll unsuspend the tab?
You're right.
He's
Who
like,
is
I was
Jennifer
not looking at this at
Coffindaffer?
1.4 in the morning.
She's a terrible human being, is what
She's
she
the
is.
best
She's
FBI agent in history.
She's a former FBI agent who single-handedly took down the Medellin cartel, or one of them. I don't remember which one.
Could have been all of them.
And now she has 30,000 subs on YouTube.
And
Bahala, you
has
forgot.
how
She
many
fought
viewing
with
today?
the Mahujahideen, you know, with Rambo in Rambo 3. We just don't talk about it much.
She's terrible.
Furry convention.
Oh,
I think a furry convention could be fun.
In Hawaii,
be.
you know how hot it is in Hawaii? Under all that fur? Oh my God.
Oh God, why would you go to Hawaii? That's like having it in Arizona. You're just gonna have furries dropping like flies. We got another one with heat exhaustion. This one looks like a dinosaur. Got a unicorn over here. They're dropping.
She's
don't they have those
apparently
furry
a member
piles?
of
What do they
Dinosaur.
call them?
Wait, what?
They have those furry piles where it's like masturbatorial because they're in their furry shoot, but they are having smacks.
I generally stay away from the more adultish. I like them dancing in costumes. Like, I don't go into the whole. I'm just like, oh, look, they can dance and they're wearing a costume. For some reason, furries don't freak me out, but mascots do. I have weird problems.
Don't get stepped on. That's how some problems started for a famous streamer we know. I just know that I've heard something about a furry pile, and I'm just thinking with the amount of BO that must be in one of those suits, imagine that combined with a smack smell.
Fur piles.
And imagine that guy walking around in his suit the next day with
Baker, what
stains
really
down the front
fascinates
of
me
his.
is the intricacy that goes into making these costumes. There's a lot of craft work and stuff in there. And you know, you're talking to a chick who spent 2 hours trying to make a Brennan head for a puppet. Like this just tickles me pink. I'm like, so you used how many sequins and rhinestones to make your wings? Ooh, did you use hot glue? I'm not allowed to play with scissors, so I don't know, but it seems like it would be fun. You know, just
like cosplay.
Say what you want about furries, but they fund my super chat funds. Hey, I find it amazing that they have the I just don't understand some of them. But I don't understand the crossplay because isn't it just a way for a lot of women to just be slutty on Instagram, but claiming it? Because let's be real, no one buy Anna that Star Wars girl's calendar because of her personality. Well, maybe 3 of her personalities.
Cosplay
You
is
leave Anna out
just
of
like
this.
Halloween every day. I love it. Why not? I dress up as Princess Leia all the time if I could get away with it.
Which
Those
one? Slave
fantasy
Leia?
fair dresses are wild.
Is there
too.
any other Leia? I mean, seriously, if I had Leia, if I looked like Leia,
Anna, that Star
it'd be
Wars girl didn't do a slave Leia. She did the
missed opportunity for
resistance.
Mo. Mo dressed up as slave Leia, going to do laundry at Walmart, you know, mowing the lawn.
A Texas
up
bill
with
known
the-
as the Furries Act would ban non-human behaviors in
Yes.
public schools, including the use of litter boxes and wearing animal accessories. I don't
I did
mind
a video about
if,
that.
if you have a choker on, or the thing I don't understand is those people who, when it becomes a sexual fetish, I think it's fine that people want to. Hey, I'm an octa unicorn.
Body spray.
Hey, I play a decent, competent YouTuber. See how that works out. And I do sometimes spell a BO as well. But it's the sexualization of it. I'm not the biggest fan. It's the same when you see Comic-Con and stuff like that, where you see a pair of double Fs walking around with a shoestring on next to a 5-year-old. I'm getting a little Puritan on that and thinking, maybe the Mayflower needs to be sent away again.
Yeah, I think that there should be appropriate levels of smexiness. I think for adults. Now, personally, would I ever go out with a string on? No. But if Mo ever got
Mo
her
would
beach
go
body
out
with no cellulite,
without
this is why
anything on.
God keeps me with cellulite, because he knows I can't be trusted if he gave me the body of my dreams. I'd be out in stuff that would make, thumb Megan Fox blush.
That woman's got no shame.
She did reproduce with that weirdo, so there you go.
All furry stuff is sexual fetish, and you will eventually wake up in the basement, chained to a radiator with no memory of entering the house. Brandon, you don't have to be a
That's my
furry to
Sunday.
end up like that. Just ask, what's his name, and the one who always attacks her lawyers. Well, he didn't wake
Taylor
up in the
for
basement.
business.
Yeah, he didn't wake up in the basement,
No, he didn't.
but he was chained down there. And just again, if you are gonna, again, as long as it's consensual, you can do whatever you want, as long as it's not with kids. But if there's 3 sets of DNA on the insertion devices, that's one too many if you're only 2 people doing it. Clean your toys, people. Clean your toys. That's nasty.
Adult sculpture items on a budget with Baker this Sunday. How to care for your adult sculptural objects that may or may not plug in with Baker. Can you throw them in the dishwasher?
Ew. Ew.
I don't know why we get here. Someone asked, oh yeah. That's,
wait, I don't know how to
said,
get out of here.
How did we get here? give us more than 5 minutes and Mo and I will talk furries because we are fascinated by them.
We are.
Fascinated? That's the word we're going with? Fascinated? Okay.
You didn't miss anything other
some
than
people
Mo
like
and I
computer
talking
stuff.
about going to a furry convention.
Well, just when we were giving Bev credit for this trial running a bit more smoothly,
She's so 10 minutes
today.
late.
If this heifer walks in here and says, Jury, we're going to have a half day. Half. Because she
Half.
adds an L in there for, even though she's going to say wolf, she's like half.
There is an L in half.
Well,
There's
yeah,
also
but
an
not.
L in wolf.
Yeah, but you usually say wolf. Or look, in the Midwest, I tend to run over the L. But she says it, the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I was told by Valhalla that in America you pronounce everything as it's written. That's why you all say salmon.
Hooked
Nope,
on
I won't
phonics,
either.
buddy. Hooked on phonics.
I did have a furry in chat once.
You did?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because they talked about being a furry and had been at a convention. Pernilla goes to the convention in it's Sweden. So probably.
Oh my gosh, Swedish furries. All right, Pernilla, I'm coming next year.
Are
I
they
just
all
gotta
like
get a
seals?
visa.
You don't need a visa to go to Sweden.
Narwhals.
You're right.
Reindeer. Oh, wait, are reindeer in Sweden?
Yeah, caribou, they're up there.
Well, I didn't want to be all like American and assume that deer lived in, other places.
That's funny.
This is one of the good stories.
One last, hey guys, check this out.
Look, this is why you should have a friend, and they're your best friend, and you just have a pat. Like, if I croak, run into my house, like, I will give you a key. There are 2 bags I need you to throw away before my mom finds them, okay? Don't you all have friends like that?
I'll just have some termite attached to certain hard drives, and just when my heart stops pounding, it's just gonna.
You have, what is it?
Geeky
Oh
Butts
gosh,
has
what
a
was his name?
Swedish friend who's a furry. That's what I'm saying. The Swedes are weird. Never leave us alone. We need to be
No.
supervised. This is why Jamie should be here, because she's the one who always steers us clear. She'll put on a good Bible verse and talk a bit.
Well, what are the twit-twats saying? Because, they probably are saying something like Bev is being the greatest judge ever, taking her time, really looking at the lawful law on this case. She's the best jurist ever.
Ricada says, unless you're having to beg to be able to cross-examine an expert on their reliability is insane.
Yeah, that is insane, though. Like, that's what you do. You challenge the reliability of an expert witness. Otherwise, they're not an expert witness.
No. I mean, and okay, so, but I do have a broader question. If no one has the Apple source code, no one has that, then essentially Cellbrite and everything else is a surrogate. So is this going to cause problems for all cell phone data because we don't have the Apple, operating network? Does that create challenges because we don't know?
I don't think so. I think what the problem is, she uses a weird way to do it, and the way that she uses can't be done without the Apple data. But I could be wrong on that too. But that's just my
this
understanding.
is so out of my comfort zone. I mean, I try to take notes and I try to understand, but they expect a certain level of knowledge about cell phones and C databases and P databases and QXR metadata.
It's been 249 days since Matthew Farrell's arrest, and he still hasn't been charged on a state level. The justice system in Massachusetts has been an absolute embarrassment lately. I agree.
He still hasn't been charged by the state?
No. Well, it's not on state level. Oh, no.
Wow.
Hell, he didn't do anything wrong according to them.
Well, he did a lot wrong, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, and he's probably going to get new holes added to his body over the course of that sentence.
I just
hope. That's the one in the Birchmore case, correct?
Yeah, Matthew Farwell and his twin brother and that other guy, and they all passed her around.
It is
Matthew Farwell.
It is so gross. And Detective Garino missed all of the text. Like, I don't know, it must have been like a magical thing. I'll talk to Mr. Whiffen about it. And Mr. Whiffen will be like, oh, well, see, it was in the secret PDF file database, and that's what happened. And they'll be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lurking feds, they said that they couldn't bring up the Birchmore case in this trial. Bev made it so they couldn't bring it up at all.
Yeah, she ruled on that yesterday. They are not allowed to talk about unless the door is open. And the significant location things, how does Apple determine what's a significant location for you? Nobody knows. Yeah, that's the problem. And you can't determine it because the source code isn't out there. So there's no way to prove anything. You just have to rely on Apple. Well, if he's facing federal charges, it's possibly arguable that it's double jeopardy like they're fighting for Luigi. It could be, but still, you could bring certain state crimes in there, that misuse of his job or something like that, because he did a lot of the banging on his on the clock, not on the. The wheel is the only reliable methodology.
Oh yeah, the wheel of excuses. I forgot. I put it behind me and I forgot I made it.
I know that feeling. It's been 45 minutes. You're supposed to be back 17 minutes ago.
All right, so should we put up polls? Are we going to have a Dalbert hearing this afternoon, send the jury home? Are we going to, Bev's going to decide on it later, or I'll allow
Is it a half day?
Yeah.
I asked my chat, will the state leave out key witnesses? And 43% thinks Proctor is out. 31% think all will be back. 18% thinks that Bri Albert won't be called, and 6% thinks no Higgins. So but I thought that at the first trial as well, that they tried to keep Proctor out. I'm just checking that I didn't. Audio is on. I don't know what the CC picks up, but it does it sometimes. Nobody knows. The trouble I see, nobody knows, by Beverly. Yeah, and if at this time it's 11:18, just go in there and say, this is going to take forever. Lunch will be here. Put your feet up. If you need a smoke, go smoke. We'll be back at 1:30.
Yeah.
This holding everyone hostage to come back to court and sit there for 10 minutes and then go out again is absolutely ridiculous, because they have food brought to them, and I believe the food arrives at like 12:15, 12:30. So she's just going to call them back for 45 minutes and chuck them out again. Tell them, go enjoy the weather, have a cigarette. Don't go to D&E Pizzas. I saw a picture of a pizza from D&E Pizza.
Ooh.
I was absolutely horrendous.
I heard their calzones weren't great.
Well, apparently their chicken parm is mediocre.
Ah.
That's what they're famous for, the chicken parm, a mediocre chicken parm.
Well, if you're drunk, does it really matter? What in the unholiness of Baker? What is that? Why are there croutons on it?
I think it's, I don't know if the name is on it. Is it the chicken? What is it? What They think it's a Caesar salad pizza. Oh.
Please enter the pass. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Please be seated, court is in session.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can.
All right. I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So, in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So, Master Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so, upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly where offered without notice to the court previously. I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So bring the jurors in, please.
So they're allowed to cross-examine
You are
her on her
unmuted.
methodology, but they can't bring up that it was bunked.
Chrissy,
in
do you want this
Maryland.
under that?
So again, she's a little bit pregnant. That's retarded.
Well, and I don't think, again, Alessi probably is a very logical, analytical person and realized that Bev probably wasn't going to allow this, even though it's permissible under the rules, even it goes to the base of things. So he probably has two different crosses set up, one in which he was able to use the report and one in which he isn't.
Another reversible error. Yeah. And it'll be an appellate issue because she can't say, well, you brought it up too late. Well, it's just before she's going to testify, but then she can just move the witness. So she did that in the last hearing. She sent the jury home to have a Daubert hearing in the middle of the court proceedings. She can do this that with this witness as well.
Put it back in session in ABC.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
The Commonwealth calls Jessica Hyde.
Well, it's a different state. Doesn't matter. Yeah, don't bring it up. Just say, have you been testifying in other courts? He will be asking that Brennan to provide her. And again, can we just... We are going from who collected the tail light, which we still don't know. We still don't know which CERT agent picked up the evidence and put it in a bag. We just know this idiot who couldn't use scissors and was the one who wrote on the bag. And now we're going to someone who's going to spend 4 hours talking about, yeah, and then I put it into, and I used the database, an iPhone 7S.
Okay, Baker, I have a question for you. You work as a lay juror. If in a case, every single time evidence was brought out, there was actually an extra piece that you didn't label, would that give you pause?
To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a piece of physical evidence in court.
Oh.
I only done it for 14 years. We just see a picture of it, and yeah, that's the shoe we found.
I told you she was trying to find a workaround, by the way. I called it.
Yeah, but she's a little bit pregnant. She's going against a Supreme Court ruling by saying, well, it wouldn't expedite the court proceeding, and it could incur cost. If the defense
Supreme Court has no power here.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings reference.
Like she's been worried about time or expense.
Yeah.
If she'd done a good job in the first trial, we wouldn't have another trial. So I call facts not an evidence.
Follow me, please.
I've been doing it for 14 years. I've never met one other juror that I would like to lay on.
Raise your right hand, please.
Please tell me, swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here.
The one I was with yesterday was a
Yes, I do.
65-year-old man or something.
Good
like that.
morning. Morning, Your Honor.
Take my pennies. I will, and thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessic.
You know we are not going to get through her CV before lunch, right?
Ooh, maybe.
We are an hour out of normal lunchtime. She will be going on. This will be the rest of our day. If you need me, I'll be in the rafters swinging.
That's it. I'm getting my CrossFit.
HIDE.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I'm also an associate. I'm also an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in their graduate program. I also own a digital forensics company that does training, services, and research.
What is going on?
In addition to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach in other ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But thank you. I also teach, my company writes and develops training courses. I teach a mobile forensic analysis course and a data structures course there.
Why is she looking like she's afraid a ghost is going to pop out somewhere?
I think
She
she
seems-
knows she's about to get her lunch money taken.
That's the thing. I think she realizes that Alessi is a whole different beast. If it was
Yeah.
Jackson, who doesn't really have a basis in understanding sort of the science, but Alessi's going to call her. And I think she's like, oh, crap, here goes my business.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, it's really good when you have to testify, man. It's it really helps out your testimony. It's you want some? Oh yeah, I'm going in to testify. Can I try it? What do you do with it? Just let me take this straw and blow it up your behind. Okay.
Whoa.
To law enforcement, civilians, etc.
Do you engage in any other type of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review.
Why does she have to upspeak? So we don't know if she's answering a question or asking one.
Oh, that is the most annoying vocal affect, because as a person who doesn't read social cues all that great sometimes, I'm like, is that a question? Like, is that a statement? What are we doing here? Like,
I often do reviews as a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does peer
Oh, I'm
review?
so sorry.
What does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are 3 types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct a peer review with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
Has any of your work been peer reviewed in the past?
I've had 2 peer-reviewed journals. I've had an article that was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
The layman
mentioned
term
you
would
work
be
in
convincing
forensic
you
data
that she
analysis.
didn't delete what she
Generally,
deleted.
what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University. a master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching, but I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Baker, pause.
Forensic data analysis seems.
Good luck.
Okay,
Texas.
is every expert here to hawk their damn website? Because can I be a witness?
I think they have in Denmark we have a rule that if we have sponsored products, thank you Marissa for sponsoring my t-shirt, we have to make sure that it's clearly written somewhere. So I think that they have a subcontract with the state because Massachusetts is kind of taxed like Denmark. So to make sure that when they're talking about their products, they have to shield their own products. So everyone knows this is a product placement. You can't leave the Coke bottle in the background like you do in the movies. You have to be upfront and say, yeah, I'm just here to sell my free program or try and get some police officers to do an online course.
Please tell me her website is in Comic Sans too.
I like Comic Sans, I'll have you know. I'm a fan.
It is
like
fun.
A broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
Ooh, Jason,
I want
that's
you to
funny.
give us some very
That's
basic,
funny.
very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how.
You need to go 20 minutes back. Mo and I was discussing furries.
You don't.
How the data got there and what
You're fine where
causes
you're
the data
at.
to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, you know, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores.
Can we just get to the part where Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe?
Please?
That's it. I'm getting my cross stitch.
I need to go pee, and now I have to learn about the App Store. I would rather do math with Mo in a furry suit where I am the back end of the horse than listen to more. This is totally not a Russian bot. Can you give me a summation when we're done? Because I won't understand one word this lady is talking about.
Well, she's unreliable. It doesn't matter.
Well, he's allowed to cross-examine her, not say that she's been found unreliable in the methodology. That's a different.
Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you?
And I think she's saying that because she knows Alessi is going to come up and kick her behind.
Asked during that scope and date range to analyze and provide an
not going to
opinion
lose anything.
about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. In local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device that was provided. Yes, not the device, forensic image, for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to this 2:27 timeframe. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's received, there's actually three, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it. And then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran two different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received for signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Gray Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. Using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools like Magnet Forensics, who owns a Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me. It also contains a time of when that is created, and that time was February 2nd, 2022 at global UTC, that's the global constant time, think what's in the UK, at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49 p.m. So that says that it was created approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes after the document said the image started, and it correlated with the document information. So that provided some level of certainty that that document was factual. And on top of that, I further opened the file of that PDF in what's called a hex editor, which lets me see like every byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some modifications of PDFs called XMPs, which is Adobe's format of markup. And I did not find any evidence of those tags.
When you're trying to determine whether there's integrity in the data, are you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the Gray Key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated, is that correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is extracted and the copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
You use the term artifact. What does that mean?
Okay,
in a basic
wait,
sense?
pause.
An artifact is any type of
How is she looking at a
evidence that is left
PDF
behind
to
on your
get a
phone of an action.
phone?
So, for example, if you
So they
receive a
sent her a
call,
PDF
there are
of
multiple
the
places in the phone
search?
that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log. That could be in
She
a
said she
notification.
extracted it.
That could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact. So you could have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo. Any action you take on your phone may create an artifact.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search, and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m. and that search was done there. Another tab actually at 2:27 was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened either went to the background, or if it's never been moved to the background, the current search. So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over as the tab that's active. And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Did you put together an exhibit that would help explain some of the
I
different
did. I did
databases?
put it together an exhibit that would show that.
May I approach?
Yeah.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jenna King.
Is that the exhibit that will help you explain?
It will.
I move this to evidence.
I don't think Jessica should wear cream. Speaking for those pale among us, when we wear beige and cream, we just look ever so more peaked.
What did I miss?
Not enough. She's still talking.
Did she get to her
She said-
CV?
Yes. She's testifying now. She's about to present her PowerPoint presentation or whatever the hell she's got. But then Alessi objected to it.
Well, I
So
can
they're
just
at
say
that
that my viewers doesn't like her coming on. Because I lost viewers on that one.
I can't imagine why they would.
Well, I mean, we were talking about furries prior to that. Maybe she
That's
was
fair.
just a step too far.
I lost like
Baker
20
said they
people when
liked-
she I lost like 20 viewers when she came on.
Welcome
said
to
they-
Furries on a Budget Sunday, where Baker and I start our personas.
Have you seen that lady who do Instagram videos about Chicken Elizabeth Nugget?
What?
That's her horse that plays dead. I think that's my persona. Could I just dress up as a horse and sleep? Everyone went to good logic for interpretation. Could be.
I see what you did there, Lesko. I see what
Yeah.
you did.
What do you think a screensaver is? It's the Matrix screen, just ones and zeros.
I think it's cats. I really do. I think
Yeah,
she's
I'm
a
going to say cats. Kittens,
she's a cat
cats,
lady.
a weather cat.
little kitten with a yarn ball getting pushed across the screen. Yeah.
Don't see her as a cat person.
Jen!
That's my screensaver.
I'm waiting for the Jen ringtone, and Baker's going to be out at one of, like, at the Lego store, and all of a sudden, Jen comes.
It's Jen's phone that shows it.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, Ooh.
What if you want to be an animal that doesn't have fur? What if you want to be like
and
a
you'd be a
dolphin?
scaly.
I want to be one of those hairless mouses that looks like a pea.
Or is that otherkin? I don't know how it slices up, whether you're an otherkin or a furry.
Before we look at any chalk, I want you to explain the entire basis for that chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I
And-
look at my copy of the chart?
Thank
or
you,
no?
Maria.
Why don't I just
Your
ask you?
Honor,
See if you can answer the questions in the concurrent first.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search "How's long to die in cold"?
Correct. I was looking for two searches, both how long to die in CIKD and how's long to die in cold.
So as a forensic examiner, how do you begin the process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made?
So the first thing we would want to identify is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser.
This is my persona.
Hairless mole rat.
And then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari,
Really easy to dress
those
up like
that
that.
are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking
Defenseless.
into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search at 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate
enough.
Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes,
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it reputable?
Highly reputable.
Why did you use Celebrate?
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also use magnet axiom.
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company Exordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do those tools change the underlying data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image. And that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize. I also used Artex and Mushy. But Artex is capital A, lowercase RT, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is...
She said Artax, the horse that died from the Neverending Stories. I was like, damn, I'm still traumatized. I know, I'm like, I'm still traumatized by that shit.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got the spelling threw me off.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the actual underlying data.
So the actual underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Cellebrite, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Is it important or critical to go beyond the tools presentations and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
Oh, the software updates.
Artax!
Let's just watch the Neverending Story.
And how many new phones come out
done.
and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you
he got really, really jittery, and they tried to imply that Proctor ran everything and none of them actually did anything, and he was a little bit shady. No, I don't need it. It's fine because the ruling has been made.
Use the Cellebrite tool to analyze the 227 search. Did the search How's Long to Die in the Cold have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for How's Long to Die in Cold. Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces for that How's Long to Die in Cold. Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Cellebrite.
Is there any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, How Long to Die in the Cold, and seeing the 227 timestamp?
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred, some of us leave our tabs open forever.
In your teaching,
Not after Baker told us not
examiners
to.
and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as How's Long to Die in the Cold with a timestamp of 227. Is it 227:40?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
Is this ambiguity reflected in other types of software?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able.
We think that it might be that she is of some Orthodox Jewish religion, but I'm not sure. I thought she had the big C the last time, but I can see she has hair today. But I remember there was someone in the last trial was talking about having the big C, and I thought it was one of the tech experts. So maybe that's why I conflated with this one.
To cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out and went and found it instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the sessions, tab sessions, but the data browser DB, the tab.
I have to take a break. Have you understood one word she said the last 20 minutes?
Nope.
I'm reading about the Pope conclave right now.
Well, the problem is, and I still have this question. So I understand that they didn't hand her the phone. They handed her, she continues to call it a PDF file. So did they take a screenshot of the search and what they got on Cellbrite, and she basically authenticated the PDF?
No, they downloaded the Cellbrite report and sent that to her in PDF format.
Okay.
Cellbrite will download a readable report to you, and you can probably determine what file you want it in. Most will probably get it in a PDF file, and then they send it to her. The problem is just that you can change that because you don't have the hashtag hash value. Ask Russian bot because I am rich.
That's it. Russian bot, we're having you on to explain it to us with crayons, whiteboard, glitter if you need it. Just explain it.
Yeah, this is why the jury disregarded it. This will do nothing. Absolutely nothing for the case. No one understands one word of what's being said. She's a terrible communicator. And I really, really hope that Alessi, when he cross-examines her, will make her shut the F up. Because this lady has the same problem as Nuttall. I can't talk enough.
State, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
So I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrate and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, how's long to die in the cold, where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next step?
Looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab, and then I make another search in the tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded, and it gives a stipulation that in certain
For the love of the goats, it's timing out. That's accurate.
circumstances.
20 seconds away from missing our goal, y'all. For the low, low price of $umpteen, the Commonwealth received her testimony and a lifetime membership of tarot readings.
The timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look in any databases or for artifacts in the data to help make an analysis of when this search happened?
Of when the search happened as a whole? Absolutely. So there are multiple databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database. I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history, and it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure.
Skip her.
Hold on. She just brought porn into the case, and you were talking over it, Mo. Oh, my God.
Mo is just the worst.
I
Finally,
try.
something
I really
interesting.
do.
Non-private browsing.
Porn.
So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure, like looking at your banking information. You may.
Only rookies use private browsing for. If you're not man enough to search corn without incognito,
Only
not man
corn
enough
and
to-
baking. Apparently, those are the two things you go incognito for.
Intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome. And you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than the artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non-private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how's long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden.
I don't understand the question yet.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So
Brandon,
all of
it's just
those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parsed results from all of those. And I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for browser state DB, cloud tabs artifacts, history DB, mobile Safari plist, knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 62351, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the mobile Safari plist.
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank in different places? The same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just so there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD.
And finally, at 62447, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 22740? Did you find the same?
Correct. At 624, we have two timestamps in the same two locations for how's long to die in cold. The Knowledge C and the mobile Safari plist.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase how's long to die in cold was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no?
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase how's long to die in cold was searched at that timestamp tab of 2:27:40?
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question as to the opinion.
I'm sorry?
I'll see you at silence, Mr. Lessing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shouldn't her opinion be to a certain degree of certainty? Wasn't that what Bev said? That because Dr. Russell didn't use that phrase, she couldn't testify? Just send us to lunch. I'm dying.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've actually dozed off during a stream. and I have done an 11-hour stream. I did 37 hours of absolutely nothing during the Karen Thaler case. And I didn't pass away like I did in this trial.
Well, we've already heard this. We've heard this before. We've heard this. Now, the jury's probably confunded out of their ever-living daylights. But this is the second time, and we've given up. Look, we know we don't
I
understand
don't know what's
it.
happening.
I love what our reviews are going to be. The Karen Reed breakdown. Well, I got a good nap in, and I got a lot of cross-stitching done. You're welcome.
Yeah,
Have a great
and
day.
my refractory period wasn't improved by going incognito. Oh.
I wonder if we're going to get a phone demonstration this time, too.
Oh, please.
Also, Baker, you would think lawyers with Lolly and Brennan's career history and trajectory would know how to ask a non-leading question.
Yeah. But this guy knows he has to tailor it so close because they have made some kind of agreement about what he can ask because of the Maryland verdict. Send us to lunch. It's 10 minutes past noon. Give us at least an hour's lunch because I need a nap and I need a pat on the back. So I need to go on Tinder, find an absolutely desperate woman who will come and just pat my back and I can throw her out again.
Well, we all have goals. I was going to do some laundry.
Well, remember to go incognito when you do laundry.
Only if I get stuck in the wash machine.
What's Eros?
Eros.
Anyone explain
Cupid.
quickly the Maryland thing. The Maryland ruling is that the defense counsel challenged the methodology used to generate the latitude and longitude coordinates, which compromised the significant location history data. Counsel contends that Apple, the cell phone manufacturer, utilizes a proprietary algorithm to generate this information. As it's proprietary, it cannot be adequately tested. As it is proprietary, it is not generally accepted in the scientific community. Therefore, the methodology is not reliable and cannot be basis of an expert's opinion, testimony, and trial. I read that as it's the latitude, longitude only, but it could also be everything from an Apple phone.
Yeah, I was thinking because the health data that they want to bring in, that's proprietary Apple coding, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So how do they know what constitutes a step? Because doesn't the phone just kind of, follow you kind of with the gyroscopes and assume how many average steps you take?
No one knows how any of it works because, again, all of it is proprietary. I actually saw Mike Zuckerberg talking about wanting to get, because they apparently has some special Bluetooth protocol, but because they make it proprietary but open, they will say we won't allow anyone else on it because it's then it's susceptible to someone trying to break into it. Yeah, because you don't put in any security measures in it, other than your.
You've explained to us the analysis you engaged in the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in the tool results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the...
What is that?
What's NIST? It sounds like a woman wine retreat I would go to.
Yeah, or something to freshen up your lower parts.
Whoa.
Damn it, Baker. I was almost hungry.
Well,
You killed that. Thanks. I'm going to be
Weird.
skinny by the end of this call.
Weird. I just got an appetite.
yeah, I was just that's the opposite way. It doesn't smell like fish today. I'll take second helpings.
The scientific working group on digital evidence, who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and is a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee,
Something she
where we also produce guidelines such as the data set guidelines for generation of the guidelines for data set generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of data sets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them. And
So you're always right because you write the rules. That's not how it works.
look and
Well, it is for
use
her.
them.
Are there articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How about
Sure.
through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as I have analysis of Safari through classes I took.
Remember that the dog bite expert who is certified by 2 different groups that he both made himself?
Yeah.
Such as SANS 4508, which is their, 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
Yes.
is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile Safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in his master's program as part of the SANS
Wait a minute.
4518 class.
So Cellbrite is used every day in courtrooms across the country. You're telling me that no one has ever had a misalignment between when the search starts? If this is a fairly common problem, if this is a fairly common way that things are coded in, why the F didn't no one notice this and say, oh, you idiot, that's this?
Oh, Mo, you just caught on to the fact that we've been putting people into prison for this exact same thing for decades.
Look, it takes a little longer. I'm a little crippled, but I get there eventually.
And just to let you know how bad Cellbrite is, the Massachusetts State Police has spent $216,000 on Cellbrite.
And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the scientific working group digital evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that
I feel for them.
deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term "house long to die in cold."
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty, what is your opinion about whether the phrase "house long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time Mr. Massey on this issue, okay?
Well, you can't say that because he can
Right.
then just go down and break the rules. Shut up, you cow.
This is the last time I'm allowing you to object to your client's civil rights being violated.
You know, the fan is my favorite expert. I like
Experts in
Celine
chat.
Dion.
That was mean. Expert heard you, Mo. He's here.
In this trial, expert's my favorite expert in all places, but in this particular trial, I've learned more from the fan. Until Bev cuts it off because no one can hear people.
She said that's the last time on this subject.
He's preserving a record. If he's gone up there several times for the, violation of her civil rights, then he has to put it on the record that he was thwarted at every attempt. Of course, we are relying on the greater graces of Massachusetts for the Supreme Court, so it's still a crapshoot. Oh, Baker, you want to talk about stupid HOAs? Do you want to know what we've just repaved for the 4th time since we've moved here? Our front entrance. No, our front entrance, but only about 50 feet up. So the first couple houses look really nice, and then it's back to, well, the rest of us a-holes who just pay for it.
Well, it's gotta look nice from the street as people are driving past.
I was talking
We
about
have
front
the
entrances
highest
on
HOA
my
fees
Baker
in the
Night Show
state.
this morning as well. And laser removal in that area.
I recall. I was there.
I should really not stream when I'm tired. I think I did a 30-minute bit about why people on Instagram all of a sudden tried to lure people to write them by claiming they had Down syndrome.
Were any of those people in this particular trial? Because I have some accusations to put forward.
No, it was just those thirst traps. If you follow me, I'll follow you back. And they claim they had Down syndrome.
Okay,
This is
I
why
do
I'm
have a
saying these
question.
boys and girls needs to man up and just rotate contempt rulings every day. Say what needs to be said, and you're a one-nighter in jail. Yeah. Sorry,
I
Mo.
agree.
Yes. Oh, I did have a question while we're on computery stuff. People keep leaving me comments about their virtual wallet. Now, I don't know why you would come to me.
It's a scam. It's a scam.
Well, I figured it was, because who the hell would come to me for any computerological questions?
I've been getting them lately too. It's like different usernames, but it's the exact same comment. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering why anyone would come to me for computer knowledge.
I don't think it's for you. I think it's for anybody else that reads it. They're like, "What's this about, Google?"
Yeah, did Thomas really get him 160,000 on his Bitcoin account?
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
I'm now going to ask you for your first opinion. So you shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 2/27/40 was, whether or not that was the time the search "house long to die in the cold" occurred. can you tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty your opinion about whether that search, How Long to Die in the Cold, occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether
How?
there was
If that tab
any
also
other
includes It's Raining
searches?
Men, how was it opened at 2:27?
Yeah, because wouldn't it be the When Raining Men was opened, which was, I think, 4
At
weeks
least.
before that?
That's
So
the
does she
thing,
not use
because
Safari?
Whiffen said it had been opened earlier, but he could not tell what time it had been opened. But that was when it was backgrounded. And this is when Russian bot will tell me I misunderstand anything. But remember, I'm the juror because I'm an idiot. And I heard Whiffen tell me that this tab could have been open for 45 days, but it was when it was put in the background, it put it in the database. And I know this is not right, but only because someone told me it's not right. But this is the memory I have of what I was told by Whiffen. So now this lady is telling me Whiffen didn't say the right thing. That's what I gather from it, because I'm an idiot who don't know anything about hash browns or wall files or PDFs or anything.
Similar to How Long to Die in the Cold that evening on that tab.
Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, I
sorry.
assume?
You don't get to ask questions.
Just
Stop
clarifying,
it.
I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train
Do
of
you have an
thought.
opinion to a reasonable degree of
This
scientific
is
certainty
terrible.
whether
Leslie's
there
going
were
to be
any
fed and
other
watered, and the
searches
jury's going to
on
be
that
awake.
tab before the final search at 6:24:47, How Long to Die in Cold?
Overruled.
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
So it could have searched How Long to Die in the Cold at 2:24, and you wouldn't know it. She could have searched, will John O'Keefe be found before 8 a.m. in the morning if I killed him right now? You don't know anything that happened in that tab until it was closed that morning.
That doesn't seem to make logical sense to me.
What she just said is she only knows How Long to Die in the Kriegslid was the last thing searched on the tab. She doesn't know any history of what happened in the tab before that. So he could have, or she could have searched 2:27 and then searched it again at 6:23.
That's what it sounds like, right? Then how does she have the opinion that it couldn't have happened if she doesn't know what happened?
Well, that's what I've asked about this entire case, but I think too much.
I'm going to go to Deutschland and talk to Tolia Russian. I'm driving now. Meet me at the border. I'll be there in 7 hours.
Did you
Thank you.
develop a chalk that I showed
did.
you earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
That I showed you earlier?
Again, I show you. Same document. You recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your?
Yes.
I'd move subject to redaction that this be introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. Your rights are safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, 82?
Exhibit 82.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Okay?
How is this evidence?
Yes.
God.
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please. Thank you. Ms. High, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How's Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left, it says 2:27:40 a.m. And then under the search term, it says, How's Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column is a little bit cut off. The browser state DB dash.
Let's just do it while it's on here, because a lot of people have been mentioning it. How's long to die in the cold? Apple suggested term, how long does it take to digest food? How long TD in secret? How long TD in secret? If this happened at this time, why isn't the spelling the same?
Right.
Yeah, that is a
That's
good question.
clearly a previous search.
She's trying to hit the same, because when do they then claim? So they claim she did the wrong how long to D in secret at 6:23:51, 6:23:57, and then does it say cancel search at 6 something? How's long to die in secret? Why is that at 2:27 spelled totally different like this than this? I'm not smart enough to figure this one out. I hope Alessia is.
In the last column, it's a little bit cut off. The browser state DB dash wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term How's Long to Die in Cold, with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m. That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6:23:49. And it provides artifact, the cache record.
Mm-hmm.
What is the term? And what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times, be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6:23:49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, how long does it take to digest food?
And then under that, 6:23:51.
Hold on. And listen, okay, so if you look at these timestamps, it says 6:23:51 for the how long tie die in could, right?
Yes.
The Apple suggested term takes place 2 seconds before that's searched. So how is that Apple suggested item?
Because she is searching in that tab that was open at 2:27, how's long to D in this cold? And then she gets this response, which would never, ever happen. I can guarantee it. If you put this search term in, you would never get this one.
How long does it take to digest food?
But wouldn't that Apple suggested time be closer to 2:27 if that's the case?
Well, they are claiming that it didn't happen at 2:27, but when she closed it after searching, then it backtracked it to 6:27 and opened a new search. Is how I understand. But again, why don't we understand it? We just wasted 2 hours of our life listening to a woman who were to prepare us for this talk, and none of us understand anything.
For the second time, we still don't understand anything. Russian bot,
It
please
doesn't make
save
any
us.
sense. It doesn't make any sense.
I
Not
don't
a
understand
Russian bot.
anything.
You're our only hope.
I mean, the spelling has changed. How long? TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as how long, TIDINCIKD. Which that is available to us in the mobile Safari plist, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing. It sees and holds your knowledge. It's an easy way to remember it. That's what I teach my students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging that same search. So that search is being tracked in 2 places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 6:24:47, we again see how's long to die in cold. And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
As mentioned before, through testing of the artifact for Browser State DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that HOS long to die in cold was searched at 6:24:18, tracked in that mobile Safari plist, repeated in Knowledge C. Knowledge made its tracking in Knowledge CDB, and then that table for Browser State DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 2:27 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
You offered that the how's long to die in cold is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
So
To a
she
reasonable
can tell
degree of
what was
certainty,
searched
I
in
can
the
say
same
that
tab.
How's Long to Die in Cold was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
Now, moving on from the 2:27 search, there are
How?
2 other issues that you
How
have
does
to
it log
analyze.
all this
We talked
other
about
stuff
it at
in
the
the
beginning.
meantime?
Let's begin with whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, how's long to die in cold, was user deleted on that device.
So there's 2 really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And can you explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with the jury?
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that -wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has 2 versions. The most recent version, and the version in use here, uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind
She's
of
an
explain
expert.
it. So
Idiot.
let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table ordering
fair.
food. Our table is the table.
ID 10T. It's an ID 10T.
So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table.
Mediocre chicken
I like
parm.
this.
The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the warming area. It's the write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits before it goes to the table. Just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table.
What?
Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that
didn't
pepperoni
say it
and
was
sends it back.
stupid.
That's a deletion.
I said I didn't
Pepperoni pizza
understand
was
it.
just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table.
So
That's
it
how
has
a write-ahead
rolling as
log
pizza.
works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions.
Wouldn't that mean it should have a
So
timestamp of
often when a phone
620
is
whatever,
imaged,
not 220
when we make a forensic
something?
image, the applications
If
are
it
still
doesn't
open, so
resolve
we have
until
those wall
after?
files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table, but it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back
Damn it,
kitchen,
now I want
we would
pizza.
only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet.
She's looking straight at the jury. If they are not all looking at her like this,
I think that's why she's speeding up, because my face would be,
yeah. What if the waitress is drunk? Yeah. Wait. Where did the chicken go? What's this? McDonald's messing up every single order. I ask for better experts to tell me, like I'm a 5-year-old who had eaten lead paint with my fetal and alcohol syndrome. And now we're talking food being there, not being there because someone wanted breakfast. Is it the breakfast that ruins the pizza? Can you get a breakfast pizza?
You can. They're kind of delicious when done right. Eggs, sausage, cheese, biscuit crust.
nah.
Little sausage gravy in there for sauce. It's good. It's good.
You had me at biscuit and sausage gravy. You lost me when you added eggs.
Wait, who doesn't like eggs?
So when we get the data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database, and we get the serving area, that's the wall file.
Where did the
Just
pancakes
because it's in the
go?
wall file does not mean it's deleted. It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It
Just
could
because
be
you were a wallflower doesn't mean you were deleted.
that wall
You're
file can
awesome.
contain deleted and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the wall file consists of both. So an assumption that the data was deleted just because it's in the wall file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had
Where's
accepted in
the
Forensic Science
pizza?
International actually has a section that explains its exact presence
We're
for
hungry.
SQLite databases about how we...
The pizza disappeared. I want to know where the pizza is.
Where is
Julie
Schrodinger's
Fraser?
pizza?
Julie Fraser, completely off topic, y'all. Julie Fraser questions gravy for breakfast. There is a breakfast milk gravy that America makes called biscuits and gravy. It is delicious. It's not true gravy. It's made out. It's basically like a roux made out of milk and sausage, but it is phenomenal.
Add some hot sauce in there,
Oh
some
my God, so
red pepper flakes. Yep.
So good.
But who got the pizza?
Nobody knows, Baker. Nobody
Look, I don't know, but now I really
don't
want a
care about-
pizza.
I don't care if they have Karen Reed on tape multiple times ramming John O'Keefe while yelling, "Take that, MFer." I want to know what happened to that pizza, because pizza doesn't just disappear. Well, it does disappear into my fat belly. You can't bring up pizza at lunchtime, and I'm suing.
This jury is going to quit. This jury's all going to be like, look, we'll take the contempt. You can't make us come back in.
This is worse than her analogies last year. Mo is just angry at X because all her X turned into feral mini versions.
True.
Refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there. So we can't say that it's deleted just because it came from the wall file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the wall file. That particular item and it's a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of How's Long to Die in Cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the wall file elements such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also at 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the How's Long to Die in Cold search. So we can see that that table is put to the rear. The newest tab that's open, which is why it's in the wall file, it's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the wall file for that reason. It doesn't indicate it's deleted.
So you're getting cold waffles and pancakes because they still haven't been deleted and the pizza is gone.
Can we get to the part where we have a fight in this Waffle House? Because I'm ready for the 3 a.m. Waffle House experience.
So you search, get addicted, go to rehab, and then retire on a state pension. Maybe.
He's talking
Second
about
reason,
the data being in
there's
recovery.
no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database. But you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have in the interface. So it could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
So a user, could they delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history, you could clear the cache, for example. Most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The device is tracking that.
When you looked at the software, whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, did either of those reports have any indication noting that that web, that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
Tools Celebrite denotes it with a red X, which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parsed. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
an examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given that you've used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Shouldn't Jen be on video at 6:24 a.m.? I tried to look at it and she's not in front of the truck. I haven't looked at it because I believe I saw it last year, but apparently I saw it wrong.
Yes, if it's How's Long to Die in Cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how's long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records?
I analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to
She's been
Ms. McCabe.
kicking
Yes.
cats in the snow.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. because of what
I
it
doubt
appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed.
I don't think she know what that word means because she's been saying it multiple times. It's an interesting question. I haven't
You
heard
keep
an
using that
interesting
word.
question.
I do not think it means what you think it means.
Yes.
All I know is there's a pizza missing, and I'm really, really upset about it.
When is lunch, Bev? Come on, let your commitment to not doing a full day's work in our favor for once.
Yeah, so instead of sending them to lunch, just send them home. I want to go find a pizza now.
Yeah,
Rescue it for this lady. She just disappears pizza.
I'm going to go headbutt Jasper several times. I'm going to get into
Your
a
head will
headbutting
probably
match
feel
with my
better.
buck.
Yeah, totally. Russian bot is sitting here saying, "Oh, this is a great. Oh, finally!" And the rest of us is just sitting here. Was it pineapple on pizza? I would discard it pineapple pizza. I would do that.
By the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We
Wait,
see
the
no
earliest phone call?
logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before.
8 a.m.
So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without
During
testing or
call?
reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that there are 3 types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count too, and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57, again, I apologize, I'm not looking at that precise time, on the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th
She is so
call gets
stoked to be able to talk about
so
this.
it's
Bless her heart.
constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was
My
any user
latest call
deletion
is at
from the phone call log
earliest
that
is from
Yes.
December
What is that opinion?
2022.
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself,
haven't
utilizing
made
unified
over
logs. That the
200 phone
system
calls since
is
I bought
deleting the
the phone.
201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
Thank you.
Baker's like, this have been a
All right, can I
text.
step down to the sidebar regarding scheduling and a few things?
So no further calls. So we're not watching her chalk, and we're going to cross. Oh, did the stalker from hell get told not to bring her pendant today because she doesn't wear it? Does she? No, she has a smaller one on today.
Yeah.
That is
Oh,
so
that's why
disrespectful
Gretchen
to your
Wells is doing
current
the dance.
husband. Ugh.
All right, I'm gonna go put a nail gun through my foot. I'll be back in a minute.
Feel better.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Let the jurors have lunch and walk out after. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
45 minutes. 1:40. I can't even do a rundown right now because all I'm thinking about is pizza.
I have no idea how any of that was justified.
Yes.
Like great movie. Great movie.
Best movie ever.
Yeah, can we best go back to the waterfalling thing? Maybe I should go here.
Hey.
Why am I big?
Oh, I hit the wrong one. Well, I might have fallen asleep a little bit, so I'm not sure I got all of what she was saying.
Well,
But,
we're on the search for the incredible homeward bound journey of pizza. We'll be back in a little bit.
We'll be back in roughly 40 minutes to find out what style of pizza, where did it go, and can you have waffles and pancakes at the same meal? Isn't it the same thing? And if you're a waffle guy, are you also a pancake guy?
I think you have to be in the mood for, how you want your batter cooked. Sometimes you want it crispy with, little wells for your syrup, and sometimes you want it flat and you can put jam on it.
Yeah, but waffles, it's the same batter, but it's a totally different texture and flavor. So
yeah, they're better. I agree.
Shouldn't she have been a rebuttal witness? No, because they want to get in front of the 227 to say Jen isn't a liar.
But she is, and we all know she is, and she admitted to being a liar.
Again, it's this continued protection of Jen when we still don't know how this man died. I mean, we are 3 weeks in, and they're like, well, he had a hit on his head, and he was out in the cold. Google, in fact, knows more about how John died than the jury does right now.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
My brain hurts.
I can only imagine the jurors. Oh my God. They're like, we had to wait for this.
I miss Trooper Paul.
We've been
same.
When did she take the stand? She took the stand. We had that big break. So she has been on the stand for not that long. It just felt like forever.
Yeah.
She spent 90 minutes on the stand. And what I got out of it is, I don't know what happened in that tab until it was closed and someone stole a pizza.
What I will say is that
90 minutes?
It was 90 minutes and I fell asleep.
Oh my God.
So I will say that Brennan is doing a good job at slightly and persistently undermining whoever the defense brings up as a witness, because a credible, investigator wouldn't just look at the hash data or this or that. So I was able to piece that up and figure that he is going to attack the humanity of the defense's, oh my God, when he makes any motion against their experts, are you humanizing them?
Did you know Dr. Wolf is actually a German and they have been persecuted a lot over their past?
Apropos, as we're just, past VE Day.
And I would like to point out one more time how the
Veterinary
Commonwealth
disease
has decided to defend their witnesses on the stand rather than prosecute the defendant. Just point that out one more time.
Yeah, let me point out, we are halfway done with day 11, and we still don't know why Karen Reed has been charged with murder.
Nope.
We know someone found someone in the snow who were deceased. We know a broken tail light might have appeared. We know some people are really shitty and drive their kids over to a house where someone passed away. We know Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury. We know that Jen lied to the FBI. And we know that if you go out eating with Miss Hyde, pizza will disappear.
I think that's a safe assumption, actually.
Yeah.
To be fair, if you go out with me, pizza will also disappear. So same.
Karen, who?
Yeah, this is. I'm sorry to say, but this is worse than the first time, because the first time he told a continuous story, it was still bad witnesses, but you could kind of, okay, now we're doing the firefighters, now we're doing the police officers. This time we went from a guy who didn't do anything but put glass in an envelope and attend interviews that he couldn't remember and who clearly wasn't Proctor, to a lady that two people in the entire world understood.
We'll be expecting your report, Mr. Not a Russian Bot, by this week. Mr. Brennan said no more lollygagging. So you need to explain it in crayon, purple if preferable.
So, not a Russian bot. You understand this, right? Is it my takeaway at this point is simply that you can't prove what was Googled at 2:27 a.m., but this lady's saying that this search, Haas Long to Die in Cold, took place at 6:23, but she doesn't know what happened at 2:27. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, but why is it coded this way? Why wouldn't you automatically save what you're looking at so you don't have this problem? Like, why is it coded?
Again, how many people have gone to prison over this error?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking too. Does this negate every other? Oh, well, he searched while his wife was still dead. Oh, no, he actually searched, 27 days later after looking up It's Raining Men.
How does that help me, Russian bot? I don't understand that either. Yes, you can tell what was Googled.
This is, again, don't mix up your pancakes and your waffles. This is what happens when you mix pancakes and waffles. Everyone gets annoyed.
It's anarchy. Dogs and cats are living together.
So Jessica Thomas, who's the other person in chat that seems to understand this, agrees. And so she's like cherry picking from two databases that shouldn't match. I have no idea what I'm talking about, you guys.
No, I think we're going to go get some lunch. Everyone go lie down for 10 minutes. Come back in 35 minutes or thereabout. Hey, Lucas Knight. Maybe we'll figure out what, if any, person in the world doesn't like pepperoni pizza, because already not liking pepperoni pizza, red flag.
One last question, Russian bot and Jessica. Could she have Googled that at 2:27 or no? Just simple as that. Was that a possibility that she Googled Haas Long to Die in Cold at 2:27, or is that impossible? Or do we not have enough information to make that decision?
Legendary Racing is confused. Are blue pancakes good or bad? I never had a blue pancake.
I don't think blueberry. I'm guessing this is probably an internet thing.
Blue waffle.
Very unlikely, as you did two other searches at the exact same time.
Well, it was a yes or a no, I think. I don't. What? It was A or B. Not a very unlikely.
Nope.
10! Misreads.
Yes.
10! 10!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple.